Can't craft near my arms. This time we've got light, and while light is by no means enough to get us through an entire stream, once we're done with light, we're going chapter by chapter using the debug mode in FE Builder, and we're gonna give thoughts on this hack in general. What it did right, what it did wrong, what could be improved, what needs to be burned at the stake, all of that nonsense. Are you sure you're feeling better? Yep. Yes, I am. I only look like I'm dead. But, time to end it. Final chapter light. Let's get started, shall we? If you knock over my tea, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. Debug mode in FE Builder. Well, you can run it with debug mode, I mean. Like, there's actually a debug mode in FE Builder where I can just skip between chapters. Final chapter, light. So there's not really anything to talk about in terms of story to this point. I don't like that Merlinus again, some things that are silly about FE7 can kind of be chalked up to FE6 existing and this game wanting to jerk it off. Yeah, Athos, great. Okay. So Athos brings the Aureola. Straight up, I do not think that Athos should have brought anything other than Forblaze. I think you should be able to go on, like, during the missions where you get Durandal and Armads, that's a very nice time to just have, give me a route, not a route split, but like an army split. Let me split my army, have a few small scale chapters, go from there. Because, like, you're just sort of giving me shit. Okay, so Maltet, the Frozen Lance, Apocalypse, the Dark Tome. Also, Frozen Lance, like, unless you're just calling Apocalypse like a normal Dark Tome, I don't know, is Frozen Lance supposed to be like a moniker? Good, alright, you have a brain. Thank you. Thank you, God. it was so easy. Hey! Woman from Sakai who can wield bows! Wield this bow! The wielder was originally from Sakai! It's one of the, like, weapons of the Scouring! You know, I mean, while I was getting them, I might as well... No, instead we're just gonna make up... Yeah, it's the Soul Kadi, it's the Monikadi, but we, kinda switch the color palette around. And then we're gonna reinterpret it as a really shitty dragon sword down the line. Yeah, well, average people and ordinary weapons. This isn't FE9, luckily. The Frozen Lance is the name of the guide in FE6, but they just ignored Apocalypse's full title, which is... Oh, was it Matit? I didn't. I'm looking at a small variant of the GBA screen right now. But no, I like that. I mean, look, if it were up to me, we wouldn't even get the Durandal in this. Like, straight up, well, Elowood wouldn't get the Durandal. We would have gotten the Maltet before. We'd get maybe the Durandal now or something, but... Whatever. That's fine. There we go. See? I'm not dead. I just fucked up the white balance, so I look dead. So you still only get 12 units, 5 or... My favorite part about endgames is when they give you, like, limited unit slots, and, like, also the first 5 are, like, set in stone. And granted, it's not like I wouldn't bring the Lords to the final battle, but I don't know, it's like, I can bring 7. Athos states the Durandal's literally the weapon closest to Frey. See, at least in FE10, you have the excuse of, like, okay, well, you could probably add chapters outside of the tower, fending off Benyon, like, or... I don't think they're called Benyon forces, like, the Chosen. The Gold Knights. And you could have, like, chapters outside of the tower in FE10 to give you a little more wiggle room to play around with. Okay, so... we gotta figure out who all we're bringing. Yeah, and you have to bring Soren, which, like, look, under almost any circumstances, yeah, you'd bring Sword because Soren's good and he's a good character and he's been with you since the start. But like, mages can't double, and they just die to Deginsia AOE. Okay, so let's look at some shit. I think we're gonna probably bench Sarah for Renault because like I only ever promoted Sarah to have another staff bot. Nino's coming because she actually lived this time. Dorcas, our god and savior, is coming. Priscilla's coming, just to have another staff bot. Florina's obviously coming. Wallace, I'm not entirely sure on, but I mean, he's really good in Path of Radiance, especially if you play like harder difficulties Maniac, but yeah, because it's like, I want to bring Farina, but this doesn't seem to be a chapter where movement utility is going to be super highly valued. So, like, to that end, I'd rather bring someone like Corel or Harkin. Movement is key in light when you can consistently... Look, I realize you're going to go like hee hee ha ha LTC, but movement's only consistent in light if you can, like, reliably shit can everyone. Which you can do in vanilla. I have no faith that I'll be able to do this and, like, dispatch everyone super easily in Wildflower. He only doesn't cry if he's on my lap. Don't forget Fargus. Dorcas have yeah, he always had 12 moon, man. What are you talking about? Sense boots, you sense wrong. I really do wish that that Falcon Knight started with at least D swords, because I wasn't able to get to killing edges, so she's pretty much still a land. Because I would have loved to have given her the brave sword, wouldn't have weighed her down as much. Pick Hellfire, but to be honest, I'm thinking. Gonna do that. I don't know what to expect, so I'm gonna run under the assumption that everything is bad. Well, we're not. Just give me a second here. Okay, so the Aureola, good. Why the fuck did we give Brave Hector the Maltet? We should have just given him the Regal Blade, or fuck it, give him the Durandal. Give everyone the Durandal. Everyone can use the Durandal. Actually, I know I'm wanting to give it to Ellawood for, like, lore reasons, but 23. We have Apocalypse Warprint. I'm glad that's your concern. Yeah, nah. Maltet, that's one. Okay, Athos. Alright, I forgot, I never got Lyn to... Lyn can't even use it. I never got Lyn to S bows, because that's, like, super. Priscilla does not have... Okay. I don't actually think... Wait. Damn, I actually have no one with S bows. Four-Blaze... Actually, you know what? Yeah, why not? I'll give Nino Four-Blaze, and then Athos can deal with Apocalypse. That's a shame. I actually would have liked to have given Lyn the Mulligar. Also, actually, now that I think about it, was I just lucky around the time I got the Armads and the Durandal that I had S in both Lances and Axes and actually, wait a second. Yeah, okay, so these are just normal S-rank weapons. This isn't like a Shadow Dragon situation where you can use it if you have a certain, like, there's a preferred weapon, so you can use it at any weapon rank if you're so-and-so character. But for everyone else, it has to be like a really high weapon rank. Okay. You don't invest in anything. Regal Blade. I think Lynn's the only one who has S and swords, but doesn't really do me any good. I guess I have one more that I can bring. Regal Blade. Like, Sam was a good unit, I just didn't give him a lot of kills. Part of me wants to bring... I feel like Corel would do kind of well, but he only has 48 physical bulk. Alright, I do have enough for... Link Arena strats for silencer fishing, of course. Alright, I'm looking at transfer list. Hey, Zutek. Okay, so let's go ahead and... You know, and I'm actually gonna give you Nos too. Might be useful. Okay, I want to make sure that I'm bringing... God damn it. I am bringing... Nina has one, Priscilla has one. Okay, that works. What's your luck? 25... This Iron Rune has just, like, stayed on Dorcas this entire fucking run, man. Okay, so Vida could maybe do some work, but she's not really gonna double anything. In fact, she'll probably get doubled. I honestly might just bring Jafar. Like, Farn is nice and all, but... I'm looking at it, and I don't think her movement's gonna be super nice here. Also, this is, what, Anima and Light? I mean, it'll be kind of useful for support stacking, but nah. I'll bring Jafar. I can give him a lockpick. Damn. I was really hoping the Devil Sword was more powerful. Do I have a lot? Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Do I have a... Brave Sword? Okay, okay. You could probably, I don't know, like... recover, I guess? There's not really much Nino needs. I can give you pure water just so you can, like, Giga Res tank. You are fine. You probably won't be doing much. No. Take Basilica, Sword Over Tomahawk. What would the Wolf Bale be? Wolf Bale would end up being 30 might. Yeah, technically that'll be useful. I have lockpicks, so I guess I don't really need the door keys, but... do I have... Orcus Athos Elwood? No, that's a water. There, it doesn't need one. And we'll get you Set's Litany. Which, for those of you unaware, Set's Litany is not like a weird Egyptian, like, mythology reference. It is a transliteration of, like, Seti, or Seti. All of the... pretty much all of this, like... Thor, Phila is like Fahalar, Set is Seti. All of these are like juke draw references, which wasn't something I got until a couple years after the fact. Okay, well, I think we're good here. I don't think there's much else to do. So, final chapter light, let's take her home. No, you don't get a scene. You don't matter in FE6, you don't matter here. You do not deserve a scene. Matthew deserved a scene, not you. Who's Nina? I think Nina is like meant to be something. I think Ninnis is just I can't. I'm stumbling over my words. Exclusive to Alib. I think like Ninnis Grace, because it's what Ninian and Nils come with. I think it's meant to kind of be related to their birthright. But yeah, all of the bonus ones are just kind of references. Okay, so I have 2 things in mind that can make Final Chapter Light, like, hype as fuck. I'm not gonna say them aloud quite yet, because I'm curious to see if the dev team picked up on what would be a really, really good idea. Okay. Alright. We didn't need Kenneth and Germ. Your brother, Uther, the Marquess of Ostia, he's dead, is he not? If you'd like, I could make a morph of your brother. It would be well suited for a fragile human such as you. Perhaps a heartless puppet could ease that longing in your soul. Just do it! Just do it. Just give me morphs of Uther and Albert. Be cool. Come on. God damn it. I was hoping. I was really hoping. Yeah, okay, I don't care. I don't care. Okay, so I wonder if we're gonna go the Japanese FE7 route, wherein 2 doors will open at once. That would be a way to make this harder too. See, she had the quote first. I know I can open them myself, it's just... Yeah. I don't like that. Wait, what the fuck? Ikara? Ikaria? Oh, it's a 1-tier. Okay. I like that you gave normally I don't like 1-tier rage bows. I like that you gave Uhai one, because being able to just cheese the fuck out of him of like the Rien Fletch. Yeah, skill speed +5. Good. Good. You can't double him, so you have to kind of eat it. Why give him a Lance Reaver when he has a bow? I mean, I'm sure it's just to keep the identity as a Nomad Trooper. Also, I need to turn on animations because I'm pretty... Oh, they are in too. Good. Oh. Dorcas! 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 Hard boss. Okay, so I am gonna get doubled, but I'm Dorcas, so I won't die. Doesn't everyone get softly with grace in this chapter? I do have an unlocked staff, yes. Oh, he still has right to the challenge in vanilla? Okay, that's cool. We're gonna try and speed through the, even against my better judgment, I'm just gonna charge forward. Okay, so you still have a Basilicos. Hilarious. Do you have a silver bow? So I am gonna need to rescue you out. Oh yeah, I have to kill you because you're just gonna brave me to death. Bonk. Bonk again. I am gonna have to kill the Swordmaster of someone else, probably Nino, because I think I'm gonna send Athos up top. I can't get to you. Can't quite get to you. Okay. I have a Fortify, which I think I'm gonna burn this turn. Oh, wow. Imagine having your family tome literally be as powerful as This is just better than fucking 4-Blaze. 4-Blaze gives +7 luck. Iris's tome gives like, what, +2? Yeah, +5 speed, +2 skill. You have what? 37? Yeah, I don't live. I'm sorry, did I say... I meant 120 damage. Goodbye. Legendary weapons, huh? Yeah, well, they're gone. I actually trade you a hand axe. But we don't have one hand axe. I trade you a hand axe, but no one else could drop you. Doke. Fortify always have that song? If the stream won't even open, if it won't load on your end, you probably want to refresh the site. It looks to be green for me, so presumably then it is something to do with you. Holy shit, she dodged. Perfect. Yeah, no, you wouldn't have doubled me. I'm not afraid. The regular enemy phase attack is probably just set to the boss theme, yeah. Oh, yeah. Just use a Brave Land. 4, 5, 6. I might actually have to... I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to deal with Kenneth, because he has loose, and, well, actually, I know how I'm going to deal with Kenneth. Is Athos also unchanged? I didn't even bother looking at him. I would imagine he's unchanged. Like, I'll check just to be sure, but I can't imagine they would have touched Athos, of all things. So, Athos, 2028, 25, 2025. Yep, that is... Oh, actually, no, he got 4... He got 2 extra points of HP. So... Yeah, sure. Why not? Check his gross. Yeah, that sounds about right. How much damage do you... Oh, okay, I like that. Oh, okay, this is a cool change. This is a very cool change. This druid before was not Theodore. He was just like some random jobber. Using okay. Using Theodore to fill this like generic space is a very nice change. That being said, I'm gonna get hit by 52. I can live it. Thought he was always here. If he's always here, then I have not noticed for like literally the entire time I've played FE7. I'm 99% sure that Theodore is never a morph. Ever, ever. Like, they're... Damn. Yeah, he was nameless and vanilla. That's what I thought. But I'm like, No, there are things I shouldn't second guess myself about. FE7's one of them. This was old Dorcas, he'd be getting doubled. Well, this is the Chad, new Dorcas. Pretty sure that I think Brendan would have opened this turn. So next turn and 8. You have 20 speed. Oh, no, fine. Shouldn't get doubled here, so. Okay. Gravelance weighs me down by a lot, but it's still, I'm still up by 1 point of speed. Ouchie, ouch. Go. Go. Damn. You're a beefy man. 28. That's gonna hurt a little bit, but whatever. Theodore. Probably should add a boss, like, death quote to him. Okay, so what can I do to you? The Morkvak. That seems like a Kaga Saga weapon. That definitely seems like a Kaga Saga weapon. That's too stupid of a name to not be a Kaga Saga weapon. Fucking hell. $38, so then I'd have to do 31, which might not be feasible, actually. Kill his Might Hector. Attack with Hector. Trade with Renault. Trade Fortify for Renault. Move into Fathos. Go. Wow. Stats on a bard. I do not care. I mean, hey, maybe I crit. Nope. Maybe you crit. What was the hit rate on that weapon? I didn't bother looking. HP, skill luck defense. We'll take that. No, 100 hit, 20 might. Still really good though. I don't need a full heal on this Fortify. I just need enough for Hector to not get, like, shit canned. I'm just happy we get to see the Apocalypse animation in FE7. Pretty good. Everything having 100 hits sure is something. Yeah, it's kind of the entire hack. Literally the entire hack. Door. Oh, actually. Ew. Ow. Ouchie, ouch. Okay. And if Germ has the Regal Blade, what do the Reed brothers have? We'll do that, then we'll talk with Nino and kill Velvet, I think. That's right, Monicotti's still good. You could have done that the first time, but whatever. Goodbye. My horse is stronger than yours. Go. HP and res. I like to see. Can we still Berserk? I actually didn't bring. I forgot to bring Berserk. Actually, I'm not even sure if I had it. Also, you'll love to see it. Weapon triangle disadvantage. 100 hit. In fact, double disadvantage because it's a Reaver. 100 hit. I should have attacked from up top. No, I got nothing problem. I have nothing wrong with Wallace Lynn C support. Ooh. I done goofed slightly. There is just a chance that I get silenced here. Oh, wait, no, there's not. 0 crit. I'm dumb. I forgot this doesn't run on, like, new. I'm dumb. Yeah, I'm sorry. Look, I've been playing new Fire Emblem. Cut me some slack. Silencer's different there. Are you gonna rescue Lynn? Lynn has 10 movement, so 1... 6, even worse in new Fire Emblem. Yeah, but like Iron Runes don't completely negate like new Silencer, partially because they don't exist. So like Silencer is a proc skill, similar to something like Astra or Luna, wherein it is based off of your skill rather than half of your visible crit. Wallace could have picked her up and been fine. Yeah, but like, I gotta go fast. Mecha. I don't think you were correct about Nino. Kind of strong. Yeah, for context, Iris' tome has the same might as 4 Blaze, but 5 more hit, 25 more crit, 4 less weight, and gives +2 to skill and +5 to speed. So, hoorah. Infinite use. See, I kind of like it being infinite uses, though, because the Pent Canas support implies that, like, magic uses on a tome are only expended by, like, constantly going over the incantation. Like, you know, having to read it over and over and over. So I'd be fine if anyone in FE7 got an infinite use perf, I would be fine if it being Nino, because like, she doesn't even really read. She just sort of uses the book. To be fair, Nino didn't get Ninoer. Nino just got like good unit. And forgot to activate. I did not forget. I did not forget. Priscilla. That's. Wait, anyone else? Do you have like a recover? Okay, then I guess we'll just put you here. Oh, I didn't mean, whatever, it's fine. I want to use recover, but I guess that works too. Is this the Dorcas with 5 million boots? No, only 3. I could have given him more, but Lynn needed a pair. Okay, this is just gonna be a preemptive fill his might, because, like, I know bad stuff is gonna be going down inside of that room. That room's actually tough in vanilla, but it won't be tough here because literally no one's allowed to dodge. Okay, let's see what we gave a Reed Brothers, shall we? Dorcas. Murstaka. Alright, cool. What is the Murstaka? 120. Okay, listen. I'm gonna laugh at you a little bit. 120 hit does not matter. Every weapon in this entire game has 120 hit, effectively. And Bleeth. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. That's spooky scary. Dorcas go burr. This is in case you actually stacked 1A and 4B support. I mean, you can stack a billion A supports. It doesn't matter. Like, Florida has 2. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, Bravox. Okay, if I give you the Armads, you will have 28 defense. So... More like 40 times 2, so... Yeah, I'm not really afraid of you, actually. I will go ahead and pop a Fortify, but... We're not killing this guy? Well, I'm pretty sure Nurgle's room will open as soon as he's dead, so... I'd like to be able to immediately rush in. Your range of Nino. The problem is mostly what lies beyond Nurgle's door. Not 100% sure what's there, but we're just gonna take it easy. Linus' weapon has attack speed solo 3 built into... Huh. Yeah, I guess. Oh, actually, I feel like it's meant to be more like a pseudo life or death, which is funny, but... I mean, vanilla, there's 100% of Berserk Druid in there. What's the worst that could happen? Mecha, literally no one can dodge in this, so anyone by the doors is gonna fucking die. Okay, cool. No one can dodge tank, then how come Lynn is good? Because I gave her... She has a horse mecha, and this is Fire Emblem 7. Silly man. You don't even know your own rules. Now we can just Basilicos and... Aha! Yeah, no. Armads won't do it. I guess technically this is the best course of action. So that'll get you down by 38. 25, which I don't think I can do. Oh yeah, I can. Okay. Yeah, he might just spin to win. Nope, but Hector gets some XP. Look, some guy, you can't trust ROM hacks. You can't. They'll change like little things to screw you over. Itty bitty little things. And also huge things that reverberate throughout the entire hack. It's a solid level. Shame you're not gonna get any mileage out of it. Okay, so it's only those two druids. This is a big room, so I thought that maybe they would have moved Nurgle like back here or something and like had a line of like generals. I don't know. Fire dragon behind the door. That ain't gonna work. But what about this? Oh damn, actually. Nurgle, you probably are... Okay, yeah. Arishigal, so it's 1 and 3 range in case you just thought that you'd be able to use the Saunon for some reason. Arishigal gives way less might, so he does less. He might actually do around the same damage. I don't know, but 35. But it looks like this is a super Luna. Yeah. So Arishigal is a Lunatome with 5 might that gives +5 to your defensive stats. Did Lynn get her perf? She got the Mula gear, but her actual perf is a Durandal because she's a Sword Lord, and Eliwood was a Lance Lord. Like, not doing this. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. That's 30 plus 40, 70. Dude, I really want to fight all 3 fire dragons. Yeah, I think we do that. Yep, you have recover, right? Who has recover? Oh, you actually have a recover. Okay. That. Eno. Yeah, let's give you boots. I gave my dancer boots. You think you're like Nurgle's ultimate weapon is just fucking Luna with 5 more might. Also, Everything Into the Dark is a really good battle theme, as is new Nurgle palette. Imagine having your ultimate weapon just be a slightly better Luna. I mean, it was, but honestly, I would have taken original Luna. Like, 1-3 range is nice, but no crit, man. Yeah, no crit. So, what is even the purpose? Maybe the boys at the bottom of the stairs will be a threat. That'd be nice, because it just kind of feels like a waste of a somewhat iconic map. I don't know. You're kind of limited unless you go the Takumi route and just add a bunch of, like, terrain. Oh, actually, I could have just mighted you and then done 50. Ah, well. The chance of critting the Fire Dragon of Luna isn't even 20% anyway. I mean, in vanilla, you can support stack, so maybe. Yeah, I'm sorry. How do you know who I am, by the way? Honk. I read up on the wiki, I see. Yep. The way to be a popular Fire Emblem Lord is to fight for your friends. Why? Why do they want power? Hey! Alright, cool. Cool. You fixed the Agiru. It is no longer Agiru, it's Ainiru. Okay, I don't know. Why am I crying? You killed your father, man. Oh, dude, it's a support selection screen for Alibian Knights. Nice. Okay, yes, I get it. Agiru, Ainiru, but, like, we didn't call Quintessence Agiru, alright? Whatever the hell it is. Come on, let me fight 3 of them. Let me fight 3 of them. Just give me a less shitty map. I will fight them all. This is a really good song, by the way. I hate this. I hate this so much. Preparations took time. Yeah, Bramimond. Okay, so... Straight up, Ninian, if you're gonna revive Ninian, you need to make it more apparent that, like, this is... like, Nurgle just did not succeed in mastering Dark Magic to bring back Ania. Yes, me too, Snoopy. Me too. Exalted Blood of Dragons? Okay, yeah, that's sure. This plot twist does suck. Honestly, it comes out of nowhere. I think I'd be a little more okay with it if Ninian herself weren't such a nothing character. Also, I'm just supposed to believe she can Giga Fimbulvator 3 of them? No, I don't. Like, I one-shot you Durandal. Elwood can't even wield that. I would be more okay with Bramimon just, like, fucking warping them. Like, just pull a Goku. Warp Cell to Kinkai's. Okay, alright, this is new. So we got Physic Morphs, we got So presumably this dragon is going to be healed if I do not, like, fucking murder it in one turn. Do you still have bolting? Dude, you still have... you still have sleep. Okay. Good news is you set the dragon's move to 0. Thank you for doing that. Alright, so how fucking scary are you? Not that scary. Actually, I don't know what your HP is. You could have doubled your HP for all I know. 65 defense. It's... There is no protection. Why not just have one fire dragon and not do the Ninian stuff? Oh, that's nice. Okay. Oh, wait a second. That means that the power of Dorcas... Wait, no. The power of Dorcas. Yes. Okay, so the 4-Blaze actually has... I like this. You gave the 4-Blaze, like, super effective damage against these guys. God damn it. Can Iris's Tome be effective? Wait, actually. 26, 8, 4, so that's... If I give you 2... If I give Nino the Astro Charm, she'll be able to double. Okay, so I do need to... I think I'm gonna go take care of the left first, because the bolting guy kind of scares me, and this game has literally no res tanks. So, oopsie doopsie. We have a silver axe. I could just trade you the Astral Charm and go. Can you just kill the dragon and not bother for map? See, I'd be okay with trying to player phase the dragon, but I don't actually know what they did to the dragon's HP, so I can't calculate... Ah, nice. I can't calculate a plan of attack. Feels good. Does Nino have... I am here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would need... I actually need Florina. Even then, I don't think I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'd be a spear, which is hitting for 33, probably times 2. Actually, probably not. It's 12, so it's 20 speed. Do I retain 24 speed? I do. 33 times 2, so 33 minus 4. Yeah, okay. I do kill you. You are made of paper. Okay, that's good. So, Mecha, they changed the name of... They removed Falcon Knight as a name, and they changed Valkyrie to Mage Knight. Which, if you think about, like, what is being referenced, I think it makes a little more sense to do it. Astral Charm time. Go. This. As much as I rag on FE6 music, I really do really like the song. I don't like this song though. This song makes me think I have work emails. We've gone over an hour now. That's fine. I mean, I never said I was gonna be playing quickly. You don't have like, you're just Fenrir Sleep. Annoying, but whatever. We brought a couple of restores. If you didn't bring restores to this chapter, you are in for a rough time. We're only doing one map today, but I'm gonna go like map by map. I forgot that oh shit, I forgot that Nosferatu was Nosferatu. I forgot. Shit, I forgot it did that. It's full HP, not half. I can't even complain. That's not like, wait. Athos warp time? Maybe. Either that or I burn a fortify. Okay, so... Iris's Tome. I don't take much damage from you. Actually, damn, I take 15. So it'd be 30. I'd kill you just fine. Only... Hang on. 39, 27, you're made of paper. I have a better idea. Actually, what's your staff range? Because staff range would be, fortifies half magic, right? Oh shit, yeah, I would actually... Damn. Unless I can... Damn it. Alright, I actually have to do this. I wanted to warp Jafar into the Sleep Druid and just get rid of him right off the bat, but unfortunately Renault does not have the magic to, like, full fortify. Being said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I could fucking move Wallace there. 9 res, you have 21 res, so. Wait. Who the fuck has warp? Oh, you have warp. I'm dumb. Damn it. So close. Staff, warp. Priscilla. I doubt Priscilla can kill. Even if Elfire, it's 27. No, damn it. Weapon. Close, though. And I feel like I kind of want Nino. Because that's 34 damage through the dome. Okay, that's fine. We'll just put Nino here. And we will use Renault's warp next turn to get rid of it because I don't want to deal. We're going to put Priscilla here, so she should be... in warp range of everyone, restore range of everyone. It's here. And it would have been really cool to be able to use the Moolah gear. Alas. Sarah just gets staff buffs, but literally that's all she needed. She just needed base magic. I would argue that maybe you could have gone a little further and given her something like, I don't know, an extra stat point of staff range. Essentially make every heal staff a Festal. Like, that is my preferred method for differentiating clerics and troubadours. Oh, that's actually super annoying. That's fine. We'll restore Priscilla and Warp Renault. Warp you. I don't want to deal with sleep staves. Like, you're not even really that annoying, but I just don't want to deal with you. Renault can eat boltings to the dome. That's fine. That man has 30 res. He's not going anywhere. Also, I like this because this gives weapons like the Regal Blade. It differentiates like just the good S rank weapons from the actual like weapons of the Scouring, like the legendary weapons. Because, you know, I can actually do damage. The fucking Fire Dragon. I'm doing more than 9 damage. Hooray. You know what? Fuck it. Wallace. Ah, Lady Lindis. Great. Okay, so we give you the Astral Charm. How many? 4 Phyllis Mites. That should be enough. Four times 2, 23. Actually, okay, I could give it to Ellawood, but I don't want to, so I'm not going to. Item. Someone has to have an elixir. You do. Renault finally punished Jafar for literally murdering a bunch of innocent people and getting away with it scot-free. We'll do it next turn. Actually, that's gonna hurt. Okay, next turn we Nice! Also, shit. Oh, God. That was almost not nice, actually. I'm pretty sure this guy does more than, like, 32 damage to me. You need to be angry here. I mean, they're not... Yeah, he would have killed me. They aren't... Look, Mecha, they aren't ever... Just make threatening player face spawns. Okay, well, we can send these guys to deal a few. Fail. Owl. I'm actually afraid that these are gonna be like infinite. Let's just see what damage we can do. Well, Durandal's 18 times 2. Haha, you just fucking died. Okay, so if I put you here and put like 19 times 2. So that'd be 29 times 2 versus 29 times 2 versus I think it would actually be better just to dance. Okay, let's start with the boy Dorcas. Dorcas doesn't have any. Dorcas is a poor lone wolf. Yes. Campaign of Fire, another really underrated song. But I hope they never put in Heroes, because it'll sound like shit. Dorcas only needs his wife. You're right. Oh. I was afraid you were threatening. Never mind. Alright, bye. It would be what? 1919, so that's 38. 38 times 2. Hog. Lin Emblem. What have you missed? Nah, just the entire game. That's mildly anticlimactic. I mean, to be fair, these weapons are tailor-made to, like, kill dragons dead. That's just the problem with stationary final bosses in Fire Emblem. IMO, a final boss, unless you're adopting the 3 houses multiple health bars mechanic, like, a final boss in Fire Emblem kinda needs to be the map. Like, the map itself needs to be the final boss. Anyway, my friends are my power. My friends are my power. So Ashnard? Well, see, Ashnard... If you could attack Ashnard with, like, units that weren't Ike and Lagoo's Royals, I would agree. Kill one dragon and then another spawns in. And there we go. Not much you can really do to the dragon fight in Light. It's just either you force the player to spawn at the bottom of the stairs and like essentially get through a gauntlet to get to the fire dragon, or you just accept that it's meant to be a kind of a stomp. The problem with more dragons is that, like, overlapping range, I don't know, like, I don't feel like this is a very good map for having multiple boss fights, but it's iconic within the story of FE7. Like, mini dragons spawning from the top? Yeah, I guess, maybe, I don't know, you could have it be war dragons or something. Hell, you know what, you could have a swarm of dragons come out, and fuck it, you know, I will accept the Ninian cheese if Ninian cheese doesn't kill, but instead reverts them to war dragons, right? Like, not full power dragons, like the single space war dragons of FE6. Wonder Years actually hacked this game to fight 4 dragons here. One coming from the back. Fuck logic, I guess. I feel like, though, if you're gonna have 4 dragons, you probably want to do something about the siege tome. I don't know. They have pretty low movement range in vanilla, so I guess it'd probably be doable. But because they all have Luna, it's literally impossible to tank 2 of them. Okay, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, FE6. No. Alright, and... God. Time for Ellawood to essentially ask Ninian to die for him. Listen, Ninian. I know your lifespan is going to be gravely reduced by staying in this world. But please stay with me. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, hey, I skipped by this, but like the air of this world, it has changed. If we stay here, we won't survive long. You truly wish to remain here, don't you? Yeah. Okay, cool. She's literally choosing to die to stay with Ellawood. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like that ending. I do not like that ending. It's a little more palatable given that Ninian died. So like, you could argue she's living on borrowed time. Gotta give you half Dragon Roy. Alright, great. Epilogue. Oh, look. Hey, look. It's a Hector variant of FE7 CG that everyone uses to, like, convince people that Lynn was cheesecake material. Anyway. Blah, 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 blah. Normally, this would be the part where I would go ahead and talk about, like, the hack in each individual chapter, my opinions on it. But we are going to go chapter by chapter. And we are going to, like, talk about what worked, what didn't. Yada, 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 yada. Check your rankings. Yeah, sure. Yay, good ending. Finn. By the way, Fire Emblem games that don't end in Finn are bad. I do not appreciate that Echoes decided that, you know what, instead of Finn, we're just going to put the end. Change it back. That is like my pettiest, that is the pettiest opinion I have about Fire Emblem. Don't end it with the end. End it with Finn. It's tradition. Don't end it with the end. It's stupid. Okay, cool. That was a good FE6 fanfiction. Yeah. All right. So let me go ahead and we're going to go ahead and go back to intermission face cam. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this up and running within the FE builder real quick. So give me 1 second. We're literally going to go chapter by chapter and just kind of give constructive feedback now that I don't have to deal with my blood boiling from actually playing it. So by and large, this was an admirable endeavor. There were a lot of good decisions made, especially in the early game. A lot of the early game decisions I don't really have concrete complaints about. Like, there are some things that I might not have done, but I understand why you did them. Anyway, let's go ahead. Fire Emblem, current playing. There we go. Alright, give it a sec to load. Oops. 1 sec. I don't use FE Builder that often, so it'll take me a sec to get this up and running. Are the mod makers here to see the review? Hey, this is it's archived. It's archived. So run on 1. There we go. Okay. Let's hope this works. Okay, layout, and it still captures it. New game, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, we'll have to do a new, that's fine. This means that we can literally go chapter by chapter, because I'm going to use debug to get through. I'm not actually going to be playing it. I'm just going to look at the map. Yeah, that's fine. Entered information. No, that's fine. Okay, over here. So nothing, story-wise, nothing's changed, which is fine. Prologue, literally nothing has changed. Lynn is Lynn, but the big changes to Lynn are changes to her base stats, which, class aside, Lynn's big problem is that her bases were abysmal. Like, if you were to compare her to, like, Sane and Kent that are, like, 1 level higher, her bases are just unsalvageable. Like, for context, she would have 16 HP, which is, like, I want to say the second lowest base in the entire game next to, like... Yeah, she only loses out to Ninian in terms of base HP. 2 points to her strength. Like, 6 strength still isn't a lot, but it's workable. A point to her skill. 3 points to her speed, which... Here's the thing. You're making Lynn very fast a tier 1 unit, which I like, but the problem of doing that, especially given that her growth still give her a 60% in the stats, is that she's gonna hit 20 very, very quick. Which, like, that's fine, but when you have lopsided growths like this, in a game where, like, tier 1 classes have impersonal caps, you kind of start wasting levels, especially on lords where you can't promote whenever, right? As a general suggestion, I would probably suggest just overall looking at caps for tier 1 units and not just having them be like 20, 20, 20, 40, 20, 20, or 20, 20, 30, whatever. Like 20 on everything and then 30 in luck. I would change caps to fit every class, including tier 1 units. You buffed up her con a little bit. No, you didn't. That's a fucking lie. But you did give her 6 move, which I'm okay with Lynn having 6 move because she's kind of meant to be a lightly armored lord, but... Anyway, select a unit. Give this unit following. Strongest. Look, I promise this is for the purpose. There we go. Okay, so debug mode. Oh god. Wait, what the hell? Oh right, it's S. I can't use it yet. Yeah. Okay, now we can talk about Lynn's promo. So you gave her a horse on promo, which I understand the rationale by. Why? Like, in FE7, having a horse is just... It gives you a lot of utility. Like, extra movement aside, it gives you rescue utility in GBA. And in, like, vanilla Fire Emblem 7, having a horse, the statistical loss that comes with maybe being mounted isn't really that meaningful. But again, I feel like it just kind of compromises what the unit is meant to be. It's a hybrid class between a Swordmaster and a Myrmidon. And excluding your changes to assassins, I think just leaving Lynn as a infantry bow sword would be fine. Just give her boosts in, like, other ways, right? I don't think it's worth giving her a horse over her Blade Lord animations. I mean, honestly, yeah, that too. Like, I understand the rationale behind giving her a horse. It kind of compromises what the unit's all about, right? Also, I can use a Drandle, yay. Yeehaw. Okay, next up we have Sane and Kent. Right off the bat, I enjoy the fact that you made Kent a sword cav and Sane a lance cav. And this actually, here's the thing. In vanilla FE7, this would just make Kent poo-poo garbage trash. But given that you are fighting a lot of brigands in Lynn mode, and that, like, javelins suck and wind edges are buyable, I think that's perfectly fine. It makes calves a little less oppressive as a tier 1 class. I'm not going to speak to Sane and Kent's gross. If you want to look at, or like bases and gross, if you want to get an opinion on that, like go look at the VOD. Because if I look at everyone's bases and gross, this is just going to take 20 years. But as far as this map is concerned, I like the fact that you start by the gate. 1, it doesn't like put you in a bunch of trees. And 2, it makes more sense to like how the story goes about it. Just give her 7 move as an infantry unit. Like, you can give her all of the trappings of a mounted unit if you want. That's fine, but... Keeping her I would just keep her an infantry unit, honestly. Also, I really do love the, like, updated calves. It has nothing to do with his hack. I really like the animations. Blah, blah, okay. Bosses weren't really meaningfully changed. And this map was not really changed, save for a starting location. Oh, it's a defeat enemy. Okay, well. And see, in the early game, I didn't really notice the problem with hit. Because you can see that Sane with weapon triangle disadvantage only had like 70-something hit. So the change to the avoid formula isn't super noticeable in the early game. Even though, why the fuck do you have 25 hit on me? But yeah, the avoid formula, it's not as punishing in the early game, but it is not something that should be kept around for any of the... It's something you should change. It is something that is worth changing, because the change to the avoid formula, unless you are going to meticulously change every single item in the game and tweak every single unit's skill and speed to fit it, just popping in DS avoid formula makes for a miserable experience. Like, that is the single thing that would probably stop me from ever recommending someone play this hack in its current form. Okay, let's just... Okay, Bulgur, blah, 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 blah. Green number's good. Okay, things I like about this chapter. Right off the bat, okay. So, in Lin mode, you're giving enemies silver weaponry to make them more threatening. Which, like, I like that you're making Lin mode more of a challenge, like you're not having the enemies be pushovers. But putting silver I would much prefer, or rather, I think it's a lot more readable and a lot less of a haha surprise. If instead of giving, like, normal bandits, like, these are bandits, mind you, giving them silver weapons, it would make more sense to just make the bandits themselves stronger. Just make them statistically stronger. It has nothing to do, like, it doesn't change the balance whatsoever, but rather it just kind of, it gives the player at a glance a better idea. If I'm looking at stats, I can see, like, okay, so units have, like, around X strength, X skill, X defense, all that jazz. If you want enemies to hit hard, just give them more strength. Like, I'm fine with steals at this point, but a silver at this point is kind of like a haha gotcha. In addition, houses here. Granted, I know you're not reworking the story, but a thing that a lot of hacks do is when you visit a house is a waste of a move. Like, it is negative move economy. It gives you nothing but information. Now, granted, it's a good means of giving exposition, and I don't really think that it's worthwhile to have houses give items all the time, because then you're going to force the player to check every house. But what a lot of hacks do is they'll have houses give a meager amount of XP to the unit that visits it. And I don't think there are enough houses in, like, a flat XP distribution to whoever visits it, right? And I don't think there are enough houses in the game for this to be, like, super abusable. But if it is, then just make that XP scale, like, blah, 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 blah. It's not anything that's paramount, but if you're trying to make, like, an actual updated FE7 hack, I would go ahead and, like, take some of the wisdom from other hackers and make houses worthwhile to visit. Next, we get the Manikati. I really like what you did for Manikati. So, not only did you add triple effectiveness back in, and it's 3 weight, which, granted, I think you could always use it without penalty, but, you know, let me check. I want to double check that you haven't changed the might, but it's a Reaver weapon. Most knights and most cavaliers in FE7 are primarily lance users. Or at the very least, if they're not lance users, cavs are wielding swords. So the Manikati being an effective sword is, in vanilla, best case scenario, it's neutral. Worst case scenario, you're facing weapon triangle disadvantage. Making it a Reaver weapon gives it utility outside of just being strong versus cavs and armor, because it kind of circumvents her being one weapon locked. It's a very, very good change that makes the Manikati usable through the end game. It's a great change. I like it. And I think it's worthwhile to give to, like, a legendary sword, blah, 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 blah. Okay, next, Florina. You gave Florina the Wing Spear, which I like, because the Slim Lance has absolutely no place in Fire Emblem. Especially not in GBA Fire Emblem. Yes, it is a cav armor weapon, and honestly, I don't think... Armors especially, I don't think are threatening enough until, like, super late game to really warrant all of the armor effective weapons. Cav effective weapons I can understand because they can be a little scary given that this is a player phase hack, more or less. But the Wing Spear, moreover, is just kind of it's a useful tool for softening up enemies. Like, it's a good way to give Florina some XP. Now, in an ideal scenario, we got Florina and Will here, which, in the story, you're just, like, riding through, and Lynn just happens upon her best friend. Like, the one woman who knows where she lives. No one else knows where Lynn exactly lives, but since Florina has visited her several times before the Massacre of Valorca, and given that, like, you know, Florina was trying to find Lynn before she kind of, you know, ran into Miguel, it would make sense that Florina could just join. I would make Florina join the prologue, personally. And then I would combine this chapter with Dorcas chapter. Because Lin mode, it should not be 10 chapters long. And I feel like you can kind of squish a lot of conceits for chapters together. So have this chapter be a defend chapter where you're defending a village. And, like, defending a ruined village of walls. Because it makes more sense for Natalie to be in a village than just be in a fucking abandoned fort for some reason. Have it be like a defense chapter in a village, and have Dorcas be an attacker in that village. Visit the village, you get Will. there you go. So you get Dorcas and Will in this chapter. You get Florina and Lynn in 1. You get Sane and Kent, or Florina and Lynn come in the prologue, Sane and Kent in 1. Chapter 2 is just the Monicati chapter, and chapter 3 would be Will and Dorcas. Changes to Will. You made Will very lopsided in being, like, which I like. I like when units kind of specialize in a niche, so Will is a bulky archer, but he's not going to hit, he's probably not going to double. That will eventually, like, synergize very well with his preferred weapon. I like it. Like, good shit. Realistically, you don't need to, like, buff archers by making, like, bows 1-3 range, or, like, making short bows super available. All you have to do to buff archers is to just give them base stats, and you gave Will base stats. That's all you needed to do. Do items still not carry over from Lin mode to hard mode? Everything, the way it's coded, items are refreshed when you go into Elowood or Hector mode. Oh, nice. So things like the Monicati and the Wing Spear can be abused in Lin mode without any downside. Which, to be fair, that was like kind of a benefit of a Monicati in Lin mode. You could use it without affecting like the gem that you would get. Okay, money, that's fine. Okay, we're just gonna blah, 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 blah. I appreciate that you made the Durandal infinite use, so I don't have to, like, bother about thinking about weapons. Yeah, Florina, I like Florina. Florina is perfectly serviceable in vanilla. The changes to her are slight, but they aren't anything that really break her. I think the big thing was, I think her con, right? I think she only has 4 con. Con's a bad mechanic. In GBA Fire Emblem, con doesn't work. In Thracia, con has enough use cases to where it being the sole means of mitigating weapon weight is fine, especially since it can level up. In GBA Fire Emblem, it's static and is a constant detriment to certain unit types. If you were a woman, if you were a character that's built to be kind of slight, you get fucked. And caps and growths are not really amended such to account for huge differentials in con, especially if you use lances. So giving her a single boost to her con, I think, is nice, especially for Wing Spear. Lances in general, I think, get like a bump down by 1 to all of her weapon weight. That's fine. I don't like con, but honestly, coming up with a completely new means of like doing weapon weight mitigation in a hack would be very difficult. So I understand sticking with it. Lin mode gives you way too much gold for the weapons that you need, and that's a problem with Fire Emblem 7 as a whole. Because realistically, you're not going to need to buy anything. Even if I'm not using Lin spam here, there's no need to go and buy anything. Shadow. Okay, so this chapter's fine. Dorcas. Okay, so Dorcas has huge buffs to his stats. The one that really matters, though, is... He gets 5 points to his defense, which I kind of like. If anything... Yeah, his strength and defense get buffed a lot. I think his strength might have been buffed a bit too much. Like, his strength and defense are buffed a little too much, especially given that you're running with FE6 growth rates, or promo bonuses, because... Yeah, FE6 fighter promotion bonuses are stupid. Like, case in point, Dorcas just carried everything, with good reason. But this chapter's fine. It's not changed to a sizable degree. Looking at enemies, there are steals. There's the occasional silver, which again kind of makes it such that like enemies there's a huge differential in power. Like this Silver Axe dude has 24 attack compared to like 18. That's like a 6-point jump. Where are you? Silver Axe. Yeah, he's 2 levels above, but that's a 6-point strength buff. Like it's hard to see at a glance what enemies will be. I would suggest like tuning up enemies a different way. Anyway. Look, I say con is bad literally anytime the subject comes up. It is something that is borrowed from Thracia without giving much thought to like the other, how else it was used in Thracia. But this chapter, there's not much really more to say. It's kind of a lame... Oh, right. I forgot if you kill the boss by this turn, like, someone else calls in the reinforcements. Elixir. I do like that they give you an elixir here. Kind of useful. Okay, blah, 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 blah. There's not... Actually, wait. Why am I even doing this? I can just go ahead and go to the next chapter. Right. And Occupation Shadow. I'm dumb. Work this chapter. Beyond the Border. Yeah. Okay, so Beyond the Borders. We can talk about the chapter. I'm not even gonna bother completing it. Okay, so... Originally, the problems I had with this chapter were due to starting locations. Dorcas and Will started down here, and they just weren't able to do anything. There's too much terrain and too few enemies. There are only 7 enemies, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, effectively 8 player units. Like, you outnumber the enemy on this map. This is a bad map that just does not need to exist. Have Sarah and Urk join some other way, because this map does nothing for you. Hell, this map doesn't even, like, continue the running benefit of Lin mode chapters having bandits that are meant to show that, hey, we're pieces of shit, but we're at least not as bad as the Taliver. Like, Bug doesn't even do that. Bug's just like a hurdy-durdy-dur, like, I'm evil, I guess. Right off the bat, you have a Tomahawk. I guess that's fine. Urk. Okay, my problems of Urk. This, you have 27. Actually, it might have been buffed since Urk is made of paper. And especially, if you don't train Urk in Lin mode, when he comes back in Hector mode, he just cannot tank anything. Like, he can't take a single hit. He gets one shot by a lot of things. I would consider... One, I wouldn't necessarily give him the Graph Caliber. I understand that you have a lot of custom wind tomes that you can use, but... One, it doesn't really fit Urk as a character. He always struck me more as, like, a fire tome. Unless you're trying to be like a, haha, this is actually, like, how Urk taught Cecilia or whatever. Actually, because, no, he didn't, because that was Pent, probably. Either way, I don't know. I would get rid of Graph Caliber. This hack has a problem of putting in perks where they aren't necessary and don't really benefit. If you want to, like, put in a wind tome that's light... No, because fire's already light. Honestly, just give Urk a thunder tome. Give him a thunder tome, 1 more point of defense, and that's fine. And honestly, just change the joining chapter. Sarah's fine. That you buffed up her magic was really all she needed. Okay. Yeah, there's not much. You buffed up her magic, and you gave her 60% magic growth. If you are a footlock cleric and you don't get an extra staff range, this is how you have to balance them. This is fine. This is good. This is fantastic. I have nothing more to say. I think you can buy wind edges in this chapter, which is nice, but... Okay, next, Blood of Pride. Okay, what city is this? Okay, putting aside for a moment the fact that I fucking hate the Wrath recruitment, it's just like, hey, I guess Lynn's getting ambushed by someone who literally announced their presence and charged at her. It's a bad story conceit, that's not on the hack, but I am going to complain about it. One thing I want to point out here. Yep. So you get Matt. So if you use Matt to open this door... okay, so... I guess this was changed. In between me playing this for the first time on stream and... I guess this current version, there was an intermission version where there was just a fucking silver bow archer right here that just kills Matthew. I guess you move the silver bow guy there, which is fine. I just want to see what's inside all of these rooms. This is a chapter that, again, really could be reworked from a story perspective. If you want to steal my idea, have it be an indoor chapter with split deployments. Lynn, Wrath, Dorcas, and, like, I don't know, have, like, Lynn, Wrath, Matthew, Dorcas, Sarah. Or, like, just, I guess Lynn, Wrath, and maybe one other unit be forced to go in through, like, a secret entrance, while the rest of your army is deployed from, like, the main gate of a castle. So then you teach the player about split promotion, and you can just make a more interesting chapter, because the hit switches... In Lin mode, this was meant to teach you about a mechanic that you will only ever use. Never. You'll never use this mechanic and how it's implemented here. So I don't know what its purpose here is. Scrap this chapter, rework it from a story perspective. I'm not even going to bother showing what's inside of here. As long as you've removed the silver bow archers, that's fine. That was the one complaint I had in the intermission. The Missing Nude resub for 6 months. Comedy. Nah, this isn't comedy. This is information. Okay, anyway, we found the racist dude. I don't think we get Wrath here. Oh, okay, so we do still get Wrath. Good. I guess he doesn't leave and rejoin. Okay, so right off the bat, I like the fact that you do not have to fly skip this. You can, like... Now, granted, trudging through the forest does take a while. But I like that you don't have to fly skip this. This house here gives you a pure water, which I don't super like, because it's super out of the way. Ideally, you would use the pure water to help take care of Heinz, who comes with fucking Fenrir. Which, like, that's cool. I'm fine with Black Fang having, like, more advanced weaponry to show that they are, like, an elite assassin organization. That's fine. Plus, Fenrir's a cool tome, show it off more. But this village is way the fuck out of the way, especially given that this chapter is designed with a turn count, like a turn limit in mind, which you'll never hit, but if it's designed to be done fast, having something that's super duper out of the way isn't super great, especially if the item you get here is meant to be used on the boss here. I would I don't know. I don't want to say shrink this map, because Lin mode at this point gives you a lot of units to play around with. I might actually, like, oh god, I hate saying lower deployment slots, but if you're gonna have low stakes like low unit count battles like this, you could probably stand to lower deployment count or split spawns. But yeah, my real complaint with this village is super out of the way. I like that you removed the mountain here. You can walk it. You can technically go Florina here and then walk to the boss. That's fine. Okay, and then you get Lucius and Nils. Also, around this time, you implemented Shining Force music. I like it. I don't necessarily think the Shining Force music is what you stay with at the end of it, but Lin's theme, like Winds Across the Plain, is not a good map theme. Not at all. It is something that would be better served as like a intermission theme, like when they're doing a little preamble on the world map. Because it's too calm, it's too like low stakes for battles that actually matter. I guess it's fine for like the prologue maybe, but... And I guess it's useful to establish it as Lin's motif, but from this point, yeah, it's probably worth like throwing in differing map themes. So I like that. Anyway, Lucius. Lucius was fine. I think all you did, I think you gave him a little extra magic. Yeah, you gave him a little extra magic and 2 extra HP. Speaking honestly, I don't think Lucius needed the buffs. The 2 points to his HP is fine, because I feel like enemies hit a little harder, so... I don't want to say... See, I don't want to say that, like, the buffs to speed aren't necessary, because I haven't done the calculations on buffed enemies to see, like, okay, well, would base speed Lucius just not double anything? But I would say be very deliberate about what you're buffing, because right now, Lucius is fine. I like that you, like, lean into Lucius being a Giga Res tank. That's fine. I like that he has shit luck and defense. I think maybe he didn't need the buffs to magic and speed, because Lucius already hits like a truck, and you made light magic good. So you don't necessarily need to buff his magic. You buff light magic, which gives him a buff in turn. Give Nils 6 movement. That's literally all That's it. Give Nils 6 movement. That's all you need to do. Dancers don't have a promo. Like, there's no animation for it. So just give them 6 movement. There's no reason that they have 5. If they're not moving their fullest movement every turn, they're just going to lag behind and be unable to do their jobs. Give them 6 movement. No reason not to. They're fleet-footed. Next chapter. Siblings Abroad. We have the Black Shadow. Okay, 7X, the Black Shadow. So this was something that was kind of reworked a little bit, which I like. So enemies here are way more threatening. When I played it, like, going through the first time, enemies still had really shit equipment. But now, one, there's like a breakable wall here, which I like. So, like, you know, this guy will break it and the soldier will charge you. And this guy has a spear. This is a fine map, I guess, but once you get up to this area, and I'll show what I mean. I'll just unga bunga with Lynn real quick. Actually, we're just gonna turn off animations. So this is a defeat enemy chapter. From a, like, story perspective, I guess it makes sense. I like that you introduced the firebrand. That's fine, because it's actually good. Because it doesn't suffer from the weird bug where it does half damage at 2 range. But again, this isn't a super great map, honestly. And from, like, a story perspective, it makes little sense. If anything, I would say make this a defeat within, like, defeat enemy within X amount of turns. If you want to change the win condition to better match the story, force the player to win within a certain number of turns. Because they have the option to decline the guidance if they don't want to go to it, so that's not overly cruel. Also, I don't know what the light brand or the light rune glitch is. I'm sure that's just whatever. You'll fix it when you fix it. It's not a big deal. I like the fact that I guess it was a hammer there in vanilla. I'm trying to think if it has much value nowadays. I don't think it does. Because Lin mode does not, you don't put a lot of threatening armor knights in Lin mode, but you do put a lot of threatening calves around the Eagler chapter. I would say, if you want Dorcas to have something, instead of, like, making it a hammer, I would maybe make it a poleaxe. Or make it a horse slayer or something. Actually, no, or a Zombato. Zombato gives Kent something, Horseslayer gives Sane something, and Wallace. Poleaxe gives Dorcas something, and Wallace. Just give it a cav effective weapon. Discard, that's fine. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Vortex of strategy. Okay, it's fine that Matthew leaves. We're just gonna fight here. Okay, so the problem with Vortex of strategy in vanilla, these two here, you will get ambush spawned there. So if you want to do an optimal strategy here is to take Florina, move here, dance, move out of her range, out of, like, the archer and ballista range, drop here, and then kind of start pulling some of these southern enemies with Florina and whoever she rescued. The ambush spawns here are weird, mostly because they have no precedent to be ambush spawns. Like, it's less that these ambush spawns are, like, particularly cruel, they just have no reason to exist. And they take the player by surprise, and they don't really, like, they take the player by surprise, and they set a precedent that wouldn't otherwise be there. Also, I'm not a huge fan of the ballista. Just in general, I don't think the ballista adds much to Fire Emblem, especially given that you've kind of taken away the ability to dodge it. The ballista doesn't hit particularly hard, but it is guaranteed potentially lethal damage. Blah, 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 blah. Don't care, Wrath died. Also, fine. Also, Wrath comes with a killer bow. I don't really care that Wrath died, but which is fine, especially given that you retooled the short bow. I don't like the short bow in vanilla. It feels like feels similar to the Slim Lance in that it doesn't really do any one thing particularly well. Why is Lynn promoted? Because I'm using debug mode just to get through quickly. The house gives you a Reaver weapon, which is nice. I don't think that needs to be changed, especially given that, like, now all tier 1 units use single weapons. Like, there's no dual weapon specialist anymore since you streamline the calves. Beyond that, the problem I had last time is because you can't... Okay, so the conceit of this chapter does not work with the avoid formula that you have. And I probably shouldn't have ended before I kind of touched on it, but in vanilla, you are supposed to be able to abuse the fact that Yogi has Night Move, which was originally 4, to bait out units one by one with, like, what their Reaver weapon is weak to. And because it was a Reaver weapon, you get double weapon triangle advantage bonuses, so it would be possible to dodge something. Here, that doesn't matter. The downside to a Reaver weapon does not exist because you always hit. So in the enemy's hands, that last little spot, like, overlapping range of 1, 2, 3, 4 units is honestly pretty fucking rough. Because now that Knights have 5 move, which I like, you kind of have to eat 3 at once. Reaver weapon, yeah, you'll still take less damage, so you get, like, the damage modifiers of Weapon Triangle, but as far as Avoid goes, that particular enemy placement this early in the game doesn't work. This would be solved by just reverting the avoid formula. Like, straight up, it is bad. It is the single worst thing about your hack. Okay, so... Oh god, is Mecha here? I hope Mecha's not here, because I'm going to contradict myself. This is the one chapter where ambush spawns actually work, because the map was designed around it. So in this chapter, Brigands will ambush spawn from here and here, and only be able to move one space. This will allow you then on player phase to snipe them from here and here respectively. If you want to keep ambush spawns like universally gone, which is fine, you're going to have to change the map to allow player units to like stand here and here. Because it doesn't work with the current layout of the map. Look, the problem with me giving hot takes... Look, brevity is the soul of wit, and I'm a dullard, okay? Like, I'm not particularly brief when I am giving long-winded criticism about Fire Emblem, because all of my criticism is fucking long-winded. Also, Wallace, I like that he comes as a general. That makes more sense. And I like that he comes with an Earth Seal, because that allows you to promote, like, Will, Dorcas, Sane, Kent, Urk, Sarah. Honestly, you could potentially promote Sarah here, which would be really useful for Hector mode, just to give her some move economy. I still think Dorcas is the best choice, but it gives more flexibility. I like it. It's a good change. Giving generals full weapon triangle control is also a very good change. Like, no complaints here. This map is kind of a slog just because the middle part is just like... I guess it works given that there are cav reinforcements. I don't know, it's a seas map, so you just sort of want to run over. Kill Eagler. I don't have a lot of things to say about this map. This map is not super changed from vanilla. The only thing I would change is change terrain to where Brigand... Maybe just have a fort be here, and the fort be here, and the fort be like here or something. Because you should be able to attack them on player phase, and like just try to like immediately kill them when they spawn. With ambush spawns, because they can only move one space, and you have no one that can actually move here, save for Florina, it's potentially okay, but you're going to need to change the terrain to accommodate. Anyway, that is... Reunion. The time for the Distant Plains. This is a chapter I have nothing but good things to say about. Alright, look at this. The spirit of this chapter was kept intact. There is still a village over here. Lundgren's still down here. But it was kind of like... In fact, I might make it narrower still. Right off the bat, you added 2 bridges here, so the problem of there just being a choke point that kind of stifles unit movement ranges no longer exists. There's a lot of open terrain here, so you can actually charge forward down if you like. I would maybe... I'm going to run under the assumption and give criticism under the assumption that you'll be changing the avoid formula because it doesn't work. I would go ahead and I would put forts here and here and move the knights there and there, right? That would make them a little more threatening and give a player a little more incentive to go the southern route, get the energy drink ring, and then break the snag. Which, by the way, I like that the village is now the detour for an energy, which is a very worthwhile detour instead of the armory, because Wallace or Lundgren is not so threatening that you need to buy a heavy spear or an armor slayer or a hammer. These really have no purpose. Beyond that, axe calves. Enemy quality is fine. Like, enemies are threatening, but you are more or less able to take them out pretty easily. Yeah, I think the vendor in the armory is unnecessary, but that's about it. The last change I'd make, and I realize this is something that's changing the identity of a unit. Alib takes from Jugdral and a lot of, like, tropes, right? A lot of, like, enemy archetype tropes. Lundgren being a general makes sense because he is, like, an important old man of a certain noble house. That's fine. He's old as fuck, and he's killing his brother through poison, not brute force. That type of person would strike me less as a general and more as something like a dark mage or like a mage knight. If you were to make him a mage knight, one, you wouldn't have to forcefully, like, give him 1-2 range weapons. 2, you could still give him, like, a bunch of you can make him physically minded. And 3, I don't know, it would fit better to the character. Maybe it's a personal thing, but I never felt that general be very fitting of Lundgren. So I would consider changing him to a mage knight or like a dark mage, mage knight. I don't know. This chapter's fine. Like, you made large scale changes to it. I haven't really played through it and I'm not going to, but by and large, this is what I like to see in a rebalance hack. The map was bad, so we changed the map. Good. Do that more often. Next. Leave. Editing. I'm gonna go to Hector's Tale. Taking leave. Okay. Oh. Oh, right. I forgot they... Oops. I forgot this hack uses Hector mode as, like, you play as the baddies mode. Okay. That's maybe... Okay, and we'll just do that. Then we'll just do this the normal way, that's fine. You... fine. Excuse me, pardon me, one side. I'll tell you next turn. And I like that this is kept as a Siege chapter, especially given that you're doing final, like, preparations for Eliwood mode, final promotions, final heal abuse, final dancer abuse, energy ring allocation, angelic robe allocation. That's fine. Okay. Also, straight up, if you can remove this, remove this. This is a pet peeve I have of Fire Emblem 7 that I think kind of messes with the flow of things. You should not be playing the Fire Emblem, like, epilogue theme after Lyn mode. Doesn't work. Okay, continue playing. Okay, good. Okay, right off the bat, I like that that Oswin joins Hector here. You're gonna have to tweak the story a little bit, but that's fine. You can just make the excuse that Oswin was worried, or like Uther knew Hector would leave, so he sent Oswin back after him. That's fine. I like that you give Oswin swords, because that gives him more utility against the bandits in early game FE7. Hector. Okay, so Hector was already fine, but you did give him some buffs that I didn't think are entirely necessary. 25 HP. Now, granted, I guess that's fine because you're buffing HP across the board, but I don't really think you needed to. Skill. I would have kept Hector's speed low. I am fine buffing his defense. In fact, you can buff his defense by 1 more if that's what you want to do. But I would keep his speed low. I wouldn't buff it by 2. I would maybe buff it by 1, but probably buff it by 0. Buffing his skill is nice, though, because that just makes Hector really inconsistent to use in vanilla. And again, running under the assumption that you're going to revert some avoid changes. Skill buff is nice. HP buff is a little overtuned. Maybe give him a defense buff, but take out some speed and strength. Wolfbale is normal. So Wolfbale is not a Reaver weapon, which makes sense because it's meant to be an effective weapon against calves and armors. And if it were weak to lances, that would be fucking stupid. That's fine. It doesn't need to be a Reaver. Matthew. If you train Matthew, he can do things here. I like that he has a dagger. It gives him some utility as a combat unit. That's about all I've got. This chapter is still kind of boring. I don't like that the archer is locked in here. I like that you give an iron rune. It's like, it's a very valuable stealable, but I think it might be a band-aid solution until you implement your crit fixes, because I know you're changing the crit formula too. I would maybe change... Oh god, I would maybe like cut off all of this. I would like kind of shrink... I would shrink this map a little and kind of get rid of all of this to make it a little more compact. Because you're never baiting in this room, so this pillar serves no purpose. Instead, I would just get rid of all of this, smush enemies here and here, and oh god. Change Wire to something that's not a knight. I don't know what it is, but that he is one-shot by Hector at base level is kind of... Like, it's nice, but it kind of makes him a complete joke. And I realize that you have to have triple effectiveness and all that, but... Wolfbale literally one-shotting this boss is silly. Okay, let's hope that I can go ahead and warp to Bird. Okay, good. Okay, so right off the bat, we've got Elwood boys. I like that you made Elwood a Lance Lord. It makes more sense given how he acts in FE6. This is a good change. I like that you changed the rapier to a glaive. It gives a weapon triangle, it makes the Lords the weapon triangle trio. It makes Elwood more accurate to his FE6 self. And making it a Reaver weapon still allows him to function as he would in FE7 proper, like dealing with a lot of brigands. But you also have an Iron Lance, so you can deal with, like, soldiers, and you can deal with halves if you don't want to burn through the glaive. That's nice. You buffed his con. Also, I didn't mention it, but Hector does not need 6 move. Elwood does not need 6 move. I understand it with Lyn and being, like, lightly armored. That's fine. I kind of treat that the same way I would Thieves getting extra movement in Arcanea games. I want to compare bases for Lords and, like, particularly bad units, right? Elwood got a huge buff to his HP, similar to how Hector did. I think that's probably fine, especially given that Elwood's coming at level 3 here. Strength, skill... Honestly, I have no complaints of how you buffed Elwood. I think all of the buffs to Elwood were probably warranted. He was just a bad unit. He was too reliant on his growths to get rolling, kind of similar to Boyd, but, you know, he can't use axes, so he's worse. 8 con allows him to use lances, iron lances, that's fine. Elwood changes, wholly good. I have no complaints. Rebecca, the Wildflower. Okay, effective against cavalry. I like this. Before it was just a rapier bow, I like that they took away the armor effectiveness, because that was just dev bias, and it was a bit too much. Okay, here's the thing. What I would do here is I would change this from being a preferred weapon to being an archer lock. And I would have it thus that, like, just call it the hunter's bow. Just have the hunting bow or hunter's bow, whatever it's called in Fates. Keep the stats, keep the effective damage, but have it be usable by archers, so players can use Will if they want. Because this is a good weapon, similar to the Wing Spear on Florina. Even using it outside of its effective case, it gives her a weapon that allows her to get kills, to get XP, to get better stats. Looking at bases for Rebecca. 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 10. 10 speed is probably fine. You could maybe cut it down to 9. Like, I'm giving stat spitballs, but honestly, I can't give you a great overview without looking at how enemies are going to be tuned and like having an Excel sheet with the projected stats at each level. I'm not going to comment on stats really beyond a spitball. I'll give the devs a more concrete like analysis of stats based on their average like level gains. I like that she has 65 speed. I think you take her strength down to like 40 or 45. If you take her strength down to 40, I think giving her 6 strength base is fine. And okay, this is just me. This is me just I got lucky during my playthrough. I very much like Rebecca being a mage counter, because this game has very threatening mages, and across the board you slash res for everyone. Everyone save for pre-promotes is just getting their res gutted. I would say take like 10 from her strength and like a 10 from her strength, give it to her res. Give her like a 40 or 50% res growth or something. Hell, you know what? You can take like 10 from strength, 5 from speed, and give her 15 or hell, even 20 to res. Because this game does need physical units that can serve as mage counters. Like, even if you revert the avoid changes, I just don't have units that I can reliably put in a gaggle of mages and not immediately blow up. So change Wildflower to Hunting Bow. Probably slot Rebecca, similar to how you slotted Will to be physically bulky but slow. I would slot Rebecca to be a mage counter that's fast but not particularly strong. Marcus, this is a great preferred weapon. Make sure to take off a treasure flag though if you want to sell it. Like, this is a case where 100% should be a preferred weapon, should be in the game. 10 out of 10, fantastic job. This is a surgical change that allows Marcus to act like an actual Jagan and soften up units, but not gut his stats. You can still kind of like Raffle Stomp Marcus if you want, just by switching weapons. This is good. I like it. One thing I would change, compare Heavy Paladin to Axe Knight. They look way too similar. Change the Heavy Paladin horse to be white. I know it's inaccurate to the sprite, but like the battle sprite, but it is just really hard to read right off the bat, especially comparing to Lowen. If that is within your power, please consider changing the Heavy Paladin's horse to white. Lowen, Shatter Axe. It's strong against swords. I understand why this was put in. I would maybe just give him a Sword Reaver, honestly. This is a case of, I think this game has a few too many preferred weapons. But like at the same time, I don't think it's egregious. Because the Shatter Axe really is helpful. But at the same time, if you made it a Sword Reaver, you then give like trade utility, allowing units like Bartra or Dorcas to make use of it. So I would change things like Shatter Axe and Wildflower to be generics. I like that you made Lowen an Axe Cav. At a glance and trying to recall what I said to begin with, I feel like Lowen, the calves are a bit too homogenous. I like Lowen being kind of weak, but like a tank. Like just a fucking tank. 11 strength is a lot, especially given that you're also giving Lowen like axes. You gave him a 4 boost to his strength, which is it's a lot. You probably do need to tone down his strength a little bit at a glance. Other than that, I like that you made him an Axe Cav. It gives you, like, a weapon triangle of Cavaliers. Dorcas, we've talked about. Bartra, his bases were adjusted. Honestly, I would make Dorcas the Armor Knight-esque fighter. I would make Bartra the, like, Glass Cannon, hard-hitting, speedy fighter. I don't know if your growths reflect that. I'm not going to look. The real problem I had of this chapter is Sarah and Matthew. Their placement here allows them to do nothing and just makes them a total liability. This is terrible spawning for Hector and Hector's crew. Because you have to keep Sarah and Matthew up here. You're not going to have Sarah promoted, so she has no fight utility. And Matthew doesn't really have much combat utility. Even if you train him, he's not going to be great. So up north, you just have Hector and Oswin trying to like tank all of the incoming enemies, which is feasible. But it forces you to keep these units back here, which is like... That's just kind of bad map design. That's bad unit placement. I don't know how you change the map to do so, but you need to change the map thus that, like, Matthew and Sarah can actually fucking do something. Maybe you just add some terrain to where they can actually choke behind Oswin and Hector. I don't know, but Matthew and Sarah's starting location in comparison to Oswin and Hector is a problem. Also, I just want to point this out. You get the secret book in here. This is literally worth less than the paper it's printed on. Change a void. Also, like, have it increase skill by 4. Substat should increase by 4. Main stat should increase by 2. Movement should increase by 1. Fates did it correct here. The secret book is not, like, money for value. It is not valuable enough to only give 2 points of skill, especially in this hack. I think those were all of the comments I had for this chapter. 4 skill is still bad, but it's like, it's something. I feel like 5 skill is too much because it can completely negate a unit's base weakness. But 4 skill, I feel like, is something to offset the monetary cost. Also, why, Affidel, I wish I could fight you. You're such a waste of a fucking villain. Okay, we have Limstella now. Cool. Thank you. And Uhai. Hog. That's the race of music. I know. I reacted to it the first time. That's fine. Just fucking Brienne Fletch. This chapter is honestly pretty fine. The only thing I think needs to be changed is by this chapter, you need to have the ability to rearrange your units. Like, you need preps menu by this chapter. Because I know, like, unit spawns have been fucked up because the game glitched and gave me Limstella and company, but you are forced to send certain units to the left towards the village, and you're forced to send certain units down towards Guy and company. Which, by the way, at a glance, I don't know, like, I would maybe change this archer to be a steel bow. I like that you give Pegasus, like, always give Peg Knights silver lances. I'm 100% fine with that. They're bad to begin with. Khan's a bad mechanic. You did not fix it. Pegasus Knights are still fucked by it. They're like, they are spit roasted by this mechanic. All right, 6 speed. This Pegasus Knight has 6 attack speed. That's not okay. Why are members of the Black Fang coming along with us? This hack is currently trying to implement a play as the villains mode in Allowood mode, and because I'm using debug, I think it's kind of glitching out a little bit. That's fine. I just really want to show the maps off more than anything else. The boss, boys. At a glance, I don't remember if these are ambush spawns. I don't think they are, but if they are, cut them out. Boys, again, he's a knight. The Wolf Bale and the Glaive kind of trivialize a shitload of knights. Like, triple effectiveness is a thing that needed to be in the game. I do wonder for things like the Glaive and the Wolf Bale, especially given that they are not meant to be long-term weapons, if you cut their might by 1 or something. Because Hector just, like, shit cans this guy right off the bat. Which is fine, but it kind of just... especially given the bosses can't dodge, it makes them feel kind of lame. So I would try and do something to address this. I don't know how you go about it, but it is a problem. You get a torch here, you get a mine here. I would say instead of giving a mine here, given that the mine glitch is taken out, give the player a light rune. I feel like a light rune is something that you can play around with a lot more. Because, like, the mine has value in, like, haha, fun times, mine glitching, but Light Rune has some, like, actual value if you're making chapters hard. Beyond that, yeah. Preparations menu, Light Rune, tweak boss. That's about it. On to the next one. Peddler Merlinus. Okay. I'm actually okay. Oh, wait, do I get Theodore? Okay, so I think what it is we're getting... whatever, that's fine. We get Theodore.
So again, you need preps for this. You need to be able to rearrange your units. I realize that the default spawns are nice because it forces units like Matthew and Guy to like take care of some brigands, but it would be very nice to have the ability to approach this chapter in different ways. And always having Marcus in the center like island means that like if you want to get this village, which is fairly worthwhile, you have to go up through here. And there's some, I believe there are some horse slayers, so that's kind of scary. I'd like if you had the option to go up this way to the village with Marcus. So this would be something that would be fixed by giving the player preps menu. Everything else here I think was fine. I don't remember, I don't know if you changed Merlinus's. Yeah, Merlinus dies to anything. Do you think making Merlinus to have 20 con to not get picked up would be nice or no? I disagree. Merlinus is made of paper, and this is a Fog of War chapter. I don't think Fog of War chapters work super well with Fire Emblem. Like, at their best, they are inoffensive, but at their worst, they take away more than they add because enemies don't play by the same rules. So having a game over condition, like, very close to enemies right off the bat, that you can't rescue is silly. If you're going to keep Fog of War, you need to make sure that Merlinus is still rescuable. That's fine. On to the next one. Chapter 14. False Friends. An issue with this map is that most classes were changed to be able to cross rivers. Did that happen to me when I played it? Because I remember something caused me to get a game over when I played it, and I can't remember what it was. Okay, so right off the bat. So these Pegasus Knight spawns are problematic in that, and it's not necessarily a problem with you, the devs, it is a problem with the GBA's screen size. If I am looking down here to see Pegasus Knight range, like I can only barely see their full range. I have to scroll all the way down to the bottom, and the game does not scroll to show that the reinforcements have come. I don't like the ambush spawns here, and I certainly do not like reinforcements on a fucking route map. Like, if you're gonna have reinforcements, that's fine, but I would say change the objective, right? Change the objective to, like, defeat boss and seize, maybe. Because Eric's not the boss here, so you can maybe have this be, like, defeat boss and seize, which would force you to go, like, west towards the castle, but could also allow you to, like, ignore the reinforcements if you wanted to. I don't know, look, reinforcements on a route map just aren't great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also, okay, so at a glance, I don't remember Urk's AI, but I don't like, it would be very nice if you were able to immediately recruit Urk by placing Sarah here. 3, 4, 5. If Urk spawned here instead of here, I think you could potentially avoid, like, AI issues of green units deciding, actually, no, I'm gonna fuck off, like, towards all of these dangerous calves. I don't know if that is something that's happened. I know that's something that could happen in vanilla. I would change Urk's spawn point to be here, so you can strategize by putting Sarah here, kill the soldier, and immediately recruit. Hey! Dear old Twitch Jagan has gifted a sub to Ryan for 11 months. Nice to see you, dude. Hope you've been doing well in COVID land. Reinforcements on a route map should at least appear in a general enemy area that the player is heading. I am fine for reinforcements that come from the gate. Actually, no, I think... Isn't it that, like, Darren doesn't even send reinforcements? Yeah, but reinforcements from down here, from fortresses that you cannot fucking get to because you don't have anyone that can cross the water, is terrible design. Absolutely awful design. It's not on you, the hackers, because this is vanilla FE7 problems. But you're trying to fix it. You're trying to be a rebalance hack. Fix that. I like what you did to Priscilla, which is that you did nothing to Priscilla. She needed no buffs. She was already overtuned as a staff bot. Good job. Chapter 15. Talons of Light. Okay. Okay, so right off the bat, do we get... Okay, so we did not get. We have fucking Darren instead. That's fine. Okay, so we did not get what's his face, Eric, but we would get Eric here normally. Like this is just debug shenanigans. You can ignore it. I do not like that Eric comes with a sound on. I know it is a. Look, I know that you put Eric in as just like a fun. It kind of makes sense within the context of FE7, or it could maybe make sense in the context of FE7. But one, you already have 3 Cavs and 2 Paladins. And 2, 3 range weaponry just breaks map design. To such a point wherein, I believe when I played this going through the first time, Saunon just completely shit on Saline because he didn't have a longbow. Which, by the way, I am fine with Saline not having a longbow. If anything, I would maybe make Sealine, let's go with Sealine. Make him a nomad trooper with roughly these bases. Because he's commanding all. He is an officer above Heath, so I think it would make sense for him to be promoted. That way, it would be possible for him to like not have a fucking mini bow. I don't like the mini bow. I really don't. I understand that you want a way to have 1-2 range bows or like, but the way the best way to go about weapon triangle is this. Normal weapon triangle, and then you have bows that are always effective at 2. They always have weapon triangle effectiveness when they are at 2 range, and they always have weapon triangle disadvantage when they are at 1 range. That makes up for not having a 1 range bow. The mini bow is dumb. Eric is straight up the best unit in the game, TBH. Yeah, the Saudon's busted. It breaks maps. I didn't use Eric because I wanted to see how units were changed, and adding a unit, I can't make any like meaningful commentary. I think the only other change I would make is I would maybe move where Merlinus spawns, because Merlinus spawns right here, which can be a little tricky given that you've increased enemy strength by quite a bit. It's just Eric that's good, not the Saunon? Oh, alright, well. One-shotting mages is currently the best way to handle them, which, yeah, the Saunon does, and then you get to the Gradivus. I guess Eric must come with, like, A-rank lances. Personally, like, I guess it's fine to have Eric, but I don't know. If anything, I would have preferred him be, like, a soldier or something, because we already have too many fucking halves. It's fine, but get rid of the Saunon. It breaks map design. Okay, our goal's the throne. This is actually a chapter that I very much like. I like that you have to defend from all sides, and that because you've buffed up enemy stats, I can't just unga-bunga my way through, because Steel Lance, Silver, Steel Spear. So, like, you actually have to think your way a little bit if you want to get both the treasure chests and the Draco Shield. This is a pretty well done this is a pretty well designed chapter, I guess, whatever. I have very few complaints. I'm sure you can look at my original, like, playthrough of it to get more commentary, but change Sealant to be a promoted unit. Get rid of the fucking mini bow. I don't think the mini bow needs to be 1-2 range. I think it is a very, very brain-dead fix that, like, every hacker and their mother tries to put in. Like, I fixed it! I fixed archers! I gave them javelins! Okay, Noble Lady of Kalen. Right off the bats. I'm not a huge fan of the ballista here, but it makes sense. If anything, I would maybe get rid of this ballista. Keeping this ballista and maybe even putting another ballista here would be fine, but this ballista kind of doesn't allow you to keep anyone further back. Do you have a tower bow or do you get it? Short spear. Yeah, I like that you could feasibly use will to counter these guys. So this is around the time that I started feeling, wow, my lid isn't dodging fucking anything. Your avoid formula is borked. The problem with this chapter, I'm stumbling over my words because I'm tired and I have a huge headache, it's mostly the avoid formula and all of these goddamn, like, trees. The terrain here is placed without thought. It doesn't do anything. It's basically just a conquest paralog, right? Trees exist just to exist. They don't do anything. They aren't meant to deliberately slow down movement. I would redo this map with a little more of a thoughtful eye. I would also, again, cut this map size by a little bit, because the fat cap reinforcements are reasonably not going to attack you. I also don't like the back cap reinforcements, because if I were to have deployed Merlinus here, they would have forced me to keep, like, units back by Merlinus, which I don't think is a very interesting way to play. I would maybe just cut this map size by a little bit. Skill's already a worthless stat in vanilla, yes. Like, this avoid change is kind of monkey brain. It's super monkey brain. I don't understand why they did it beyond changing something to change it. It is a wholly bad change and the single worst thing about this hack. Beyond that, what does this house give? Does this house give anything? Heavy spear. I'll be honest, there aren't enough threatening knights to really warrant giving the heavy spear. Especially since this should probably be a weapon that benefits Lynn's squad. Consider changing the heavy spear to something that, like, I don't know, isn't fucking awful. A Reaver weapon, maybe. Honestly, yeah, make it like an Axe Reaver or something. That would be nice. That would give Sane something to do. It would give a weapon that you could give to Florina. Probably change this to an Axe Reaver, because, like, the heavy spear just, it doesn't fucking do anything. It is absolutely terrible, especially with Khan. Like, yeah, Oswin can use it, and I guess it's useful in certain scenarios of Oswin, but it only has 16 uses. Because of which, you can't really use it as, like, a general purpose weapon on Oswin. It's just an armor buster. And FE7 doesn't really have maps designed to where you can set Oswin in front of something and just heavy spear your way through. It is a useless weapon, especially for this house. Change it to a Reaver, change it to a Killer, I don't care, but that doesn't work. Eric can use it. Eric probably shouldn't be in this game, but whatever. Like, you have fun if you're fanfics. The next chapter has Armor Knights. It does. Whereabouts unknown. This chapter fucking sucks. Right off the bat, this is just a terrible map. These treasure chests right here are terrible design. These reinforcements right here are terrible design. Like, Merlinus will spawn here. You will be forced to keep units to protect him. Which, here's the thing. I kind of like the back attack reinforcements, because they are legitimately threatening. And it could maybe make sense that, like, reinforcements were coming from elsewhere, but because Merlinus exists, it's literally just because stationary Merlinus exists, you cannot have those reinforcements. You either have to rework how Merlinus works, like just make him perma-wagon, which I would like. Perma-wagon Merlinus would fix a lot of problems. Or you get rid of the reinforcements. This room needs to be changed. Like, this entire fucking square just does not need to be here. Again, cut the map size by a little bit, or barring that, make their, like, one, door should not be here. The door should be here. Have there be a door here, and have there be a door here. That would be a way to potentially mitigate the fact that you'd have to, like, rescue chain to get the treasure chests up here. So I would move this treasure room, like, maybe move a treasure room, like, right here or something. I don't fucking know. And then have there be a door that leads to this hallway. That would be a quick and dirty way to fix it. And again, around this time, you start realizing, wow, the avoid formula in this game sucks dick. Are you getting tired of me saying that? Because you're gonna be. Memories of this hack have me just, like, wincing at how avoid was handled. Blah, 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 blah. This map could use to cut the map size by 3. A little bit, because this entire middle portion of the map is just like, essentially beat the green units here. I like that you get things for saving the green units and talking to them. Like, here's the thing. I don't like the perf bloat in this game. I think a lot of hacks go a bit too far with it, but I do like that you get certain things for talking to you, like the Kalen soldiers of Sane Kent Will, or whatever. I don't think they really needed preferred weapons, though. What are you gonna stream after this? Mario Party, because it's Sunday and I don't have to think. I don't know what I'm gonna be streaming on Tuesday. We'll figure it out. This chapter is, especially with how it's designed now, you have to stall the green units to not have them suicide, which I feel like is really bad design. I understand that, like, that is it's a side objective, but with the map being as large as it is and as windy as it is, you have to stall to get all of the objectives, which I don't like. I think this is a map that could use a rework. Family Broadsword attacks twice. I know I complain about perf overbloat. I don't hate Raven getting a Cornwall sword. If it is at all possible to code weapons to be given after supports, have Lenore be something given after you get like an A support with either Priscilla or Lucius. Because I like this. I don't think it needs to be a Brave Sword, but actually, it's only a 7 might Brave Sword. And you know what? If you get it after an A support, it's not going to be super busted. If you were to give the Lenore after an A support with Lucius or Priscilla, it probably wouldn't be super busted. A support, I'd say B. I'm going to say A support just because fucking supports are really fast in this. Keep in mind that, like, this is not GBA Fire Emblem, like, support rank ups. It's pretty easy. 7 might Brave isn't too bad. It used to be 10 might with like 40 crit. So this is a nice tone down. Maybe B support, I don't know, but have Raven get this sword from an event, because I do think this is a cool bit of lore that you get. I like the Cornwall subplot. Having weapons that reference it is honestly like, hats off to you. This was a really cool change. I like it. Lucius gets the Thani, which, again, I don't feel like Armor Knights are threatening enough to where the Thani is super necessary. Necessary. But like, I don't hate Lucius getting a perf either. I just wouldn't necessarily make it the Thani. I would maybe make it something that's like effective against mages or something. I don't know. A really big issue with this hack is that it confuses reliability with options to make things reliable. This makes any terrain useless. Terrain is fucking useless, skill is fucking useless, avoid is fucking useless, and it destroys class balance. Anyone that does not have a shitload of HP and defense cannot do things late game. That's just how it is. Anyway, beyond that, I've already said my piece about this chapter. Bernard, he's a general. He has 15 defense. The problem with triple effectiveness in this, and this is a problem of Japanese Fire Emblem 7 too, is that they just get shit canned by, like, Lyn and Hector can just shit can the bosses without fail, which is fine. But like, okay, if it is possible to code an item that you can give certain bosses that like reduces effective weaponry damage from 3x to 2x, I think that would be fine. I think certain Armor Knight bosses could be well served by only taking double effective damage, especially in the early game. Or God forbid, you just give them a tome that's like an iron rune. I don't know. Like, I don't like the Love's Vagrant and the Safeguard are interesting weapons. They are. But they don't really break anything. It's just, I get the same vibe I get from something like Ember, which it's not bad. And honestly, you know, I'm not going to complain too much about it. If you want to keep the Love's Vagrant, the Safeguard, and the Tower Bow in, that's fine, honestly. Because it gives people some incentive to build calves. It's just for flavor, I guess. because they aren't busted, and I really did get a lot of mileage out of a Love's Vagrant. So maybe I'm being a bit too light-handed about it, but just be careful of perf overload. But yeah, making the perfs lock behind supports would be nice. I would argue that making them locked behind a side objective of talking to soldiers is enough of a requirement. I think that works. But like, perf overload's a bit much. Okay, next got Portabaton. This is a chapter that fucking sucks by virtue of, hey, look, you changed the avoid, so these pirates are just gonna hit you. The only way I could deal with this chapter is to essentially, like, cheese enemy movement. Like, cheese bad enemy AI, which I don't think is how you should be playing this chapter. If I'm being perfectly honest, this is a chapter where if you are trying to rework FE7 completely, like actually have a Redux hack that changes certain bits of the story and a lot of maps, you need to completely change the conceit for this chapter. Don't have it be like a, haha, mateys, fight my pirates. Have it be like a, fuck it, like, we're gonna fight, like, listen, there are other pirates that are muscling in on our turf. If you show that you are strong enough to, like, deal with the pirates, we'll acknowledge you. Like, we pirates, we respect strength. If you're strong, we'll give you safe passage. And you know what? Then by fighting the pirates, then you could have a Black Fang ambush you and, like, change how you have to approach the map halfway through. Because honestly, if you don't have Florina for this chapter, it is intolerable. And it is possible that you don't have Florina for this chapter, or you're not training Florina for this chapter. It's not a good chapter. It's an interesting chapter because you get Canas, which, by the way, I'll go ahead and get Canas. Also, if you want to do stupid, dumb bullshit, just have Anna give you something. Doesn't even have to be good. Just have Anna give you something. And just as a small joke. Anyway, Canas. Canas was already good. I do want to look at... I know I'm not looking at everyone's bases, but Canas is someone that I want to look over real quick. I also want to look over Raven next time, because Raven had some huge issues. Canas, it's hard for me to say, like, where the speed threshold is too much, but... especially given that Flux does not slow him down, because he has 7 con. I think 10 speed and 12 magic is a bit much. Because he had 10 magic and 8 speed before, a +2 to both is unnecessary. Canas is fine in vanilla. Yeah, you can see Gross, I know. His Gross are pretty much unchanged, that's fine. I'm more concerned about base stats than Gross. Outside of certain cases like Nino, I'm more concerned about base stats. Because it seems like a lot of base stats were buffed without much thought. Anyway, I've said my piece about Portabaton. It's not that big of a deal, but like, you should... It is a chapter that could stand to be reworked. I think this hack is so inflated that you need ginormous speed late game. That might be fair. That's why I don't want to be too heavy-handed, but it feels like a lot of stat changes were made without like... How the fuck did I not know? How did I not notice this? Okay, this is great. Okay, that's funny. That gave me a hearty chuckle. You pointed it out like 3 times. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This chapter. Problems I have with this chapter. Okay, well this is actually just fucking hilarious. I think you probably changed Fenrir's rank from B to A. So, yeah, Zoldum. I like that he no longer has Luna. I like that he doesn't move, but one thing, again, if bosses do not move, set their movement to 0. Partially for, like, select movement range toggling, partially so, like, the player is not, like, overly cautious about units that have 2 movement. Silverlance, you still get the Elysian Whip. This normally isn't droppable. I guess I'm okay with it. So here's the thing. Let's say you don't have Matthew, or God forbid your Matthew, like... I think base Matthew can steal, but like... Stealing is a little rough in this game, especially given that thieves don't have, like, Kanto. I think I'm okay with this Pegasus Knight dropping an Elysian Whip, but... I think I would be more okay with it being something that you have to set up a steal for. Because you can reliably set up a steal for. Like, this is something where you can reliably tank the incoming damage, steal Matthew, and kill. So, I think this is one of the few cases where you don't need to have it be droppable. Still played. Okay, seems like since last I've played, you've kind of evened out the weaponry a little bit. I like that the Black Fang uses silver weaponry. And there are no more weird Iron Sword mercenaries, which is good. The enemies are pretty much in lockstep. I will say this is a pretty fucking rough chapter, though. Like, with how much you have inflated enemy stats, this is a pretty rough chapter. God, I would maybe consider putting an extra bit of terrain, like, here or something. Both Project Ember and Wildflower have a lot of cases where it would have been better to just do the project in FE8. I agree. Now that FE8 has been cracked wide open, all hacks should be done in it, but that would be a lot of work transferring it over, and I understand why they didn't. This is a little scary. So the one issue I have with the Pegasus Knights here is that they are placed such that you kind of have to eat them on enemy phase. It might be better to move a Pegasus Knights down too. Actually, no, down one. Move them down one to where they will land here and here respectively. So you can still attack them on enemy phase, but they aren't covering as much of a threat radius. I would move them down one, because I remember that being a big issue in my playthrough of it, especially given that you're making these Pegasus Knights actually, like, scary on player phase. So if you're trying to make this a player phase hack to where you aren't supposed to enemy phase a lot of shit, move enemy spawns to where you can player phase them reliably. So have Pegasus Knights spawn one lower. It's fine. Merlinus. Fine. Merlinus' location's fine here. Having a Zanbato is fine here. I actually like that you put one here because you have a lot of calves. I wouldn't mind Poleaxes, Zanbatos, and Horslayers being more prevalent. Like, you have a hammer over here and you have a Zanbato over here. These are good changes. But I really do think that at a glance, you need to take a look at how you've changed the spirit of this hack. Because you've changed it from an enemy-phased hack to a player-phased hack. But you're still working with the same maps, you're still working with the same enemy spawns, you're still working with, like, the same bread and butter here. And it doesn't always transfer over. I really do think you need to cut down a little bit on it being solely meant as a player-phase hack. Make it more of a hybrid, right? You can still have threatening enemies, but just revert fucking avoid. That's it. I'm just gonna complain about this until you do. It ruins a lot about this. Anyway, Dread Island. Zanbato and Hammer Guy should be swapped. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Maybe make it be a... No, the Zanbato is actually quite useful because it gives Raven something to do. And... yeah, maybe consider swapping it. I don't know, because you would probably go left with Marcus in an optimal playthrough, or like, Eric or something. So having an effective weapon that you have to player phase before you can set a cav in there, that works. Also, if you were going to make this hack player phased and give them effective weaponry, you cannot be giving them as much defense as you are. Hey, Dread... Yeah, there's even less of a reason to use Gi in this hack, which is unfortunate. I think it would be fixed by adding that like route split or the army split around the legendary weapons to where you would have more reason to use more units. Because as it stands, even with the up deployment slots, there are times where I feel like the additional deployment slots are a bit too much for the map, but you still have like a bunch of units that are never going to see combat ever. Gi is included in that, so I don't know, man. Just maybe make it something else. You're asking for a completely new game. I am, honestly, but in my mind, I feel like if you're gonna fix the game, like all or nothing. Don't want to make it some point later, but nonetheless, yeah. Anyway, within reason, issues that this hack has, or this map has. It's a Fog of War chapter where Pegasus Knights and... You only have one thief. Pegasus Knights and pirates are threatening. And you have, like... You can't dodge in the forts. This is a case where I understand it needing to have Fog of War for, like, aesthetics and it being kind of the shtick of the island, but... I would maybe design enemy placement, especially up top and around the initial spawns here, with Fog of War in mind, given that enemies don't play by the same rules. I don't think Swordmasters are salvageable in this game, sadly. I mean, honestly, I don't disagree. You get Dart here normally, which is fine. I think Dart's fine. The fact that you make the Ocean Seal not like a huge blow to your funds rank is great. I like that you get a Fell contract that you can use just in a couple of chapters to promote him. That's cool. You have Uhai on a fort now, I think, which is nice. No longer on a... I think he was on like a thicket before or something. I don't know. Granted, Uhai's going to be a pain in the ass to kill with inflated stats and normal avoid, so consider maybe not doing that. I don't know. There's not much constructive criticism I can give when I can't see the map. And Prisoner of Magic. If a Rune Sword was just more available, Swordmasters would be just fine. I guess. Maybe. But then, like, what's to keep you from using the Rune Sword on other classes, right? Like, use a Rune Sword on Paladins, use a Rune Sword on Mercenaries, use Rune Swords on Lyn. You want to change a lot of things in FE7 gameplay and story-wise. Why do you love FE7 again? I think it's charming. I think it has a lot of... I think it does well with character conceits. I like its theming. And I like a lot of the potential that it sets up here. I like that you have Silverland's Pegasus Knights here. If you want to get to the ruins here, which I think this guy gives you... I think Renault gives you a speed wing here, which is nice. Because before he gives you a goddess icon, which doesn't do much... I would be careful about giving the player too many speed wings, though, because I think I get like 4 in the entire game, and I can just like give Dorcas 8 speed and just fuck everything. Axe Reaver, Axe Reaver, Axe Reaver. A lot of the problems I have with this map are solved by just switching the avoid formula. Enemies are threatening, but because of how things work, with like Kishna coming, it's not a big deal. And Kishna himself, because you make Kishna not spawn in a fucking fort and you nerfed his stats, I think it's fine, honestly. I don't have much to say about this chapter. It's just fine. Spend some time. Normally I would complain about Thracia Fog, but you know what, fuck it. Just do it for this one chapter. The one thing I would change that I think actually does need to be fucking changed. I don't feel like sleep staves really have much place, especially in a Fog of War chapter like this. Status staves and like, what is it? Status staves and siege tomes aren't particularly fun to play against, especially given that you have upped general enemy quality to where the poke that you take from like the poke you take from ballista or status or like ranged magic and like the debilitation you take from status staves, it's just a bit much combined with the overall damage boost. Fine. I like that you forced the door to be opened here. Can you check base Marcus for a moment? Oh yeah, actually that's a good point. So base Marcus has 8 res and 11 speed. He has effectively 43 magical defense. Like, this chapter is a little tricky to do alone, but I think I think at this point you have a torch staff. If anything, I might give a player 2 torch staves. Because think of it this way, if I know the map, like, I know where I'm going as I run into a thief. I know roughly where the objective is, right? So because I know roughly where the objective is, I can sort of run, like, in the correct direction. I feel like a lot of the potential headache that comes from having the Racia Fog and GBA Fire Emblem can be somewhat mitigated by just give a player some resources to deal with it. Like, it's like Siege Tomes. They're terrible if you have no means of dealing with it. Okay, so Theodore dispensed. He has 42 magical attack. For what it's worth, I like that you get the weapons, like S-rank weapons, this early. I feel like getting dispensed this early is a little much, though. It's 23 might. Granted, no one's going to get it. Canas will not have a weapon rank for it, but... Does it normally have 23 might? Maybe, like, either cut down on Theodore's magic to, like, be 15 or something. Or, like, cut down dispense a little bit. Like, 43 at base. At base, I literally only think Marcus can tank it. And you can't, like... You can't poke and heal with Marcus, right? You can't spend a bunch of turns healing. Because Theodore is just going to, like, heal from the throne. Like, this is a very poorly designed boss. Especially because you can't see him in preps. You need to nerf his stats or, like... have the dispense be something you get after the chapter. I don't know, I don't care which, but as it stands, that feels kind of like a cruel little gotcha. All bosses on thrones are poorly designed. I guess, but like, being able to be chipped down isn't super fun. Sleeping now, can't move. Sleep state is my fucking favorite. I would consider making the restore staff ranged, just as a general rule of thumb. Because this is an issue throughout, like, a lot of chapters in FE7. Okay, Dragon's Gates. Yeah, this one I actually have a couple things that I want to point out. So right off the bat, you can get a killer bow from you. This wall being broken is more to, like, stagger the reinforcements, which I like. You can bait these guys over the wall because none of them have longbows. That's fine. The issue I have with Dragon's Gate is this set of, like, 4 spaces right here. You get bottlenecked. Getting bottlenecked in a chapter where you are forced to rush ahead, especially a chapter where you're forced to rush ahead and they added, like, ambush spawns. You need to somehow widen this up a little bit. I'm okay with this longbow just because he's meant to, like, threaten you out from range. But yeah, you need to widen this a little bit. Like, maybe move this little crevice over one. And see, like, I'm fine being able to choke here. But when you're trying to, like, get units moving, you'll have, like, a bunch of units that can land and they're turned in the same space. So units don't move their full movement at the start, which ends up really hurting you when you're trying to rush and get everything. Only other thing is that the Galt comes with a cleaner. This is a case where I think a preferred weapon is entirely justified. It's just a Luna. It's a Luna sword of 2 might on a unit that's not very combat focused. That's fine. I think it's fine if he's a member of a Black Fang. That's cool. He was buffed a little bit to where he still kind of invalidates Matthew from a combat perspective. I think it'd be more sensible to have Matthew promote to Rogue, but I realize that's an impossibility, so alas alack. Get a Brave Bow here, that's fine. I do not like the back attack reinforcements here because they threaten Merlinus, and they just kind of exist to force you to leave some units behind. There's nothing to do. Like, the units you leave behind here are not doing anything but waiting for the reinforcements that you, the player, just know are coming because you've played this game before. It's not a very good precedent. FE7 does it a lot. I'd consider changing it. Well, I'd consider just, like, giving Merlinus a horse from the get-go. This map needs an objective to hurry on the right side. See, I don't think it should have an objective to... The right side exists here to give you more incentive to recruit Legalt, because Legalt is going to get these 2 chests. And he's going to try and leave. Which, like, yeah, that's fine. I don't think you need to rush towards the right side, but... I don't know, like, this middle area feels kind of useless, save for blocking reinforcements on the stairs, which is a precedent I don't like. Really, widen this a little bit, change a void formula, and I would maybe move a cracked wall to be, like, here instead of here. Other than that, I like that you get the Brave Bow in this chapter. It can, especially given that Rebecca, Will, and Dorcas are good. I'm sure Barch is good too. The Brave Bow can actually see some use, which I like. Darren gives the Gradavis, which, like, that's fine. Honestly, just make it the Rex Hosta and make it 1-2 range. Like, this is entirely a matter of taste, but the Gradavis is an Arcanean weapon. I realize that it is an Arcanean weapon that is not, like, lore, super important to the lore, aside from Camus's survival, but just make the Rex Hosta 1-2 range. That's fine. Four Kings was an excellent hack, but it approached, like, units and weapon design from this... Wait, what the fuck? Okay, things I don't like. Fog of War chapters with a bunch of flying enemies. It's not a good combination. In original FE7, that's fucking fine, because, like, who cares? Their enemies hit like wet noodles. Here, you have to be a little scary. I would say change a lot of a Wyvern reinforcements to just be, like, brigands or mercenaries or warriors or fighters. I don't fucking know, but having flyer reinforcements, it doesn't gel super well with Fog of War. God, I'm hungry. I am so hungry, man. I like that you buffed... Let me see if I can't. I like that Divine and Monks are actually scary now. I like that you have to be careful about this aura dude. Without flyers, this map is just a single choke point. I realize that. I'm fine with, like, flyers existing on this map. I'm just not a huge fan of, like, flyers being the reinforcements when you cannot see exactly where they spawn. Beyond that, I would say you probably need to tweak crit a little bit, because, like, facing crit every time you face a monk is a wee bit spooky. I'm fine with aura having crit, though. Like, aura having crit forces you to respect it. The fog is a bigger issue than the enemies. Does this map really need Fog of War, though? Like, I don't think it does. I think you can make a more interesting hack, or a more interesting map and a hack, if you give the player all the information from the get-go and force them to reason through it, rather than play scared and, like, kind of, like, tentatively inch up bit by bit. I don't think that's a chapter where Fog of War is necessarily required. So honestly, if you could remove Fog of War, you could probably end up making that map harder. No maps need Fog of War. But for something like the Dread Island, where Fog of War is literally baked into the world building of a place, I can understand not removing it. I don't like Fog of War particularly. This chapter, a lot of its issues can be fixed by fixing a void. Heath is a little overtuned, but that's just because, in my mind, Wyvern Riders are balanced by being late joiners that require a bit of effort. Heath being an insta-promote isn't something I particularly like. Fire Emblem win a whole console without having Fog of War maps. 3DS Fire Emblem, pretty good. The one thing that I kind of don't like... This is a scary defense chapter, and I like that you made it a scary defense chapter. The only thing is, I'm not a super great metric for this because the Nomad Troopers are very scary. I was able to deal with them because I had Rebecca with a Wildflower that could just, like, shit-can them. But I'm looking at some speed thresholds here. These are Nomad Troopers that are not getting slowed down at all. Again, you're trying to make a player phase hack, which is cool, but the design of your map and the class makeup of your enemies make it such that, like, you can't really... It's really hard to player phase, like, to player phase units that you cannot, like, outrange, right? Defend maps are my favorite player phase experience because, like, yeah, you can turtle if you want to, and you're going to miss out on a lot of side objectives, but defend maps are, like, how well can you player phase in a confined environment? Like, it doesn't necessitate charging forward all the time. It just necessitates making really good use of your movement. Beyond that, you get Wrath. I think Wrath is fine. I think take Heath down 3 levels and... Yeah, take Heath down 3 levels and take his strength down by 3. Like, Heath... Alright, I can't check his gross. I think Heath coming at level 7 and forcing you to level him up a couple times before you promoted him was a good change. Because he already has good con. He doesn't need to be, like, this good. Beyond that, are there any... There are Reavers. See, I feel like Silence is kind of okay, right? I prefer Silence to Sleep, because there are only 3 uses of it. It's workable. And you have Restores at this point. So I think I'm okay with the Silence in this map, because it kind of gives you incentive to kill him while getting Heath. But I can't really give good metrics on, like, where enemy stats need to be. Isadora's fine. She still has shit con. I would say she's probably a bit too... I might take her... You know what I would do with Isadora? I would again put Isadora in the category of units that has shaky defense but very high res. I think that would be a very good use of her, like, allocation as someone who is fast but not super strong. swap her defense and res. Maybe allocate a few points from like her speed to her res. Because I think she would be a very good candidate for being a res tank IMO. Beyond that, yeah, no, I like this chapter. It forced me to think. There are just a few tweaks that need to be made. I don't have any strong opinions on how you change the map itself. There we go. I'm curious what the rationale behind increasing your level by 1 was. I have no idea. Like, a res tank would be nice, but a res tank's just nice for this game, because you don't have any of them, and you do need them. So, honestly, slot Isadora to be a res tank, really. I'm fine with that. Like, you can give her, like, 15 res for all I care. Like, I actually want to look at this real quick. 16 strength, what is... someone like... Bumper strength down by 1. I think her speed should probably stay at 20. Put her defense down to like... what is her defensive base? Her defensive base is 8. Ah, that's just kind of buffing her more. Honestly, yeah, I might just change her defense to 8, her res to like 12. Take down her speed and her strength a little bit. Because you need someone who can deal with mages. And from an archetype perspective, I feel like units that don't hit super hard but are fast are good units to slot into mage killers. Like, historically, that goes well, and that just gives the player an option. And that gives them a guaranteed option to deal with mages. This map sucks. I understand that you changed the terrain, but you turned it into an awakening map, and it makes the entire first few turns, like, awful. Just change this entire... Like, if you have a map designer on your team, just, like, redo the map. Just completely redo the map. I'm sorry, but... You cannot salvage desert maps that aren't things like Defend. This map has always been bad. Like, I understand what they tried to do, but in making everything normal sand that has no movement cost, you kind of run into a bunch of other problems, right? Also, yeah, you need to get rid of reinforcements on this map, because if Pent can't route, the reinforcements were there to give Pent something to do and make him seem like a strong unit, but Pent will fucking die. I would consider give Pent a physics staff and set his AI to heal. Like, I realize that I have 15 move, but just like, hear me out here. God fucking damn. Do I have... Yeah, I can just fucking... There you go. Also, by the way, something I want to point out here. Someone mentioned that Lynn was like, oh no, she's not a Nomad Trooper because, see, she's a crit Nomad Trooper. Half skill plus weapon crit equals 32. Lynn gets no crit from her promotion, which kind of destroys her like status as a hybrid between a swordmaster and a nomad. The Brave Lord Lynn just, it doesn't work. And it wasn't implemented super duper well. I don't like it. Stinky, not a fan. If he changed the Genesis requirement, then there's no reason for this many units. Agreed. What do you think about the warp staff here? I don't like warp. I do like rescue, however. Okay, so I don't like warp, especially that this game gives you a lot of warps. and you can tell this from my experience too, warp is a tool used to trivialize bad map design. You can use it for other things, but its like expressed purpose is to trivialize bad map design. Also, regarding hidden treasures in the desert, being forced to go over here when reinforcements are going to spawn and charge you to get things like Barch's Perf. I think you get Phila's Might here, or maybe it's Thor's Ire. I don't know. You get a ring here. If you want to make this chapter good, and not just make it like slightly less shit than it was, remove hidden treasures in the desert. Just make a desert chapter. That's it. Literally just make any desert chapter, remove the hidden treasures, move the hidden treasures to following chapters. Because you change the desert, you start getting like, if you can't deal with units right off the bat, you are in trouble because you're just gonna get charged. Also, I'm curious, is Pent gonna kill himself? Yeah, like, Pent almost fucking dies immediately. This map does not work with the changes you're trying to make to FE7 as a whole. It doesn't. Which is fine, it wasn't a good map. And the changes that you're trying to make to FE7, in the macro, in making enemies more difficult, good. Do that. But you honestly might just need to scrap and, like, rebuild from the ashes. Well, let's see if... Also, I don't like that this is desert for some reason. Like, I realize I'm telling you to scrap the map and start over, but, like, the one person you put here just gets fucked for no reason. But yeah, this isn't a great chapter. Like, I understand that you tried to make it better, and I, like, kudos to you for it, but... the changes you make at large, just, like, it's not a super well-done chapter. However, you want to talk well-done chapters, like, fucking kudos. This is what I like to see. A map that still retains its original identity, but changes the map layout because the original was dog shit. Like, I have nothing but praise here. I think the only thing I would change is that you do have reinforcements come from the top, and you have back attack reinforcements when your army is forced to be split. Not crazy on that. I know, like, powerful calves come here. I would maybe cut down on those and instead have a reinforcements come through the stairs. But yeah, no, genuinely, I'm gonna jerk off your map design here. This is good. This is honestly pretty good. You have to eat the bolting here, which does suck. Like, having to eat 33 magic. I don't like siege tomes because they force you to just, like, eat X amount of damage for free in addition to any incoming enemies. What if you could change bolting to, like, 3 to 5 range? You made a map. Wow, good job. To be fair, this map is still recognizable as, like, Genesis in its very boxy, like, hallway design. But it's just not fucking garbage. I like it. This is a really good map. I would consider making the Sage a little less beefy. I don't know, like, I guess it's maybe fine. I don't particularly like using boltings that have 5 uses to kind of just, like, super threaten you. It would be fine if you could avoid things, but even then, like, bolting isn't, like, something you can reliably avoid. Here are some options for bolting. If you want to keep siege tomes in your hack, I'm going to give you just some general options. 1, make it like 3 to 5 or something. Because in most cases, the units that you're giving bolting to also move. So you're not dealing with 3 to 10, you are effectively dealing with anything from like 9 to 18 range, depending on the unit that bolting is, like, tethered to. Which is fucking insane, given that, like, enemies have magic. You could have bolting have, like, 1 or 2 uses. Which, honestly, I would probably do, because when the best way to tank bolting is just to, like, turtle and eat it, that's bad. That's just bad design. It's not like bad map design, it's just kind of bad mechanical design. It's the same thing with Ballista. If the best way to go about dealing with it is just to sit there, heal, and drain it, that's not fun. Try something else. Alternatively, you could just kind of, like, remove them or make them shitty. I don't know. Like, I do like what Fates did in that Siege shit can't kill, but you can't do that here. So I would just tone it down a bit. I would tone down the range and the power on boltings. Sieges are okay if you can deal with them, but you can't. Like, the player at this point, if they've gotten everything, does not have the tools to deal with a Sage. The way I had to deal with a Sage was with fucking, like, Rebecca, Lynn, go Burr. And you don't get any player phase Sieges, which is fine. Honestly, I don't like Sieges in the hands of the player either, because, like, it's very similar to something like the Entrap Staff, where you just kind of break a map design. You see something that's difficult about a map, and you're like, I'm just not going to deal with that. I'm not going to interact with that portion of a map. I'm going to pick it off from a distance that the devs couldn't expect you to. I do not like Siege Tomes. I don't think they have a great place in Fire Emblem, but if you're going to keep them, nerf a range, nerf a power. Don't put them on, like, big dick Sages. Beyond that, okay, one thing that I'm gonna really kind of tip my hat to. You get mage reinforcements, a mage and a shaman reinforcement here and here. Like here and here, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Yeah, they come here and here. Because they both only have 5 move, turn 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Both the shaman and the mage cannot attack you. This is good map design. This is super thoughtful map design, man. Also, these are pillars. These need to be walls. Like, this is super misleading. If someone's just gonna get fucking sniped here, you need to change that. But that's good map design, because that's deliberate placement of your like reinforcements to where, hey, you're using the gimmick of this map to where you can actually, like, take out these very threatening player phase mages because they're all silenced. Good fucking job. Like, pat yourself on the back. Do more of this. Call it accidental map design if you want. I'm still gonna pat him on the back for it. Good job. Consider changing the pillars. Consider, like, tweaking bolting. Consider having an actual void formula. Okay, 4-Fang defense. I don't know which one we're going to. Actually, we'll show both of them. Okay, check map. Formation. This map is fucking huge and does not need to be fucking huge. I don't think that was accidental. That was too exact. I'm gonna give it to them, because that's like... They made that map from the ground up. I'm gonna assume that that was deliberate in terms of how reinforcements would function. This map is way too big. There is not enough terrain. Fog of War is kind of miserable. Like, you could cut a third of this map and lose nothing. When the fuck are you ever gonna go up here? Like, you could cut 50% to a third of this map. Or rather, cut 20% of this map, remove Fog of War, actually make it difficult to reach the Reed Brother up here. Like, there's no reason for fog here. All it is like, we put this here because it, you know, it makes it a little more difficult because the player is not playing with the same tools. But again, it limits player strategic options. And in limiting strategic options, you have a less fun game. If you're giving the player all the information from the get-go, it is less dickish for you to have really threatening enemies. Like, if you're going to be besieged by wyverns from the mountains, fuck yeah, go for it. As long as I know they're coming and I can plan around them. If I can plan around it, great, cool, fantastic. Get rid of Fog of War, make this map smaller. Like, all of this shit needs to be gone. Gone. Yeah, if anything, yeah, Lloyd would fight you on even... Hell, even Linus would. Like, Linus isn't super honorable, but he's like, like, I'll let you die with a weapon in your hands. It's weird. They got rid of the ballista, though, which is good. This feels like one of the FE7 devs, like, was sucking off the ratio really hard and was like, no, guys, cons are good mechanic. We should have it for our game. No, guys, Fog of War and Siege Tomes are really cool. We promise. They make games hard. If you complain about it, you're just bad. You're just a casual. Pinnacle of human achievement. Cut all of this. Cut everything from, like, this and below. All of that can be cut. Remove Fog of War. Maybe have there be, like, a path through the mountains to get to this village. I like that you have Wallace able to survive. Okay, Wallace. Warden Lance. Okay, so here's the thing. I like the Warden Lance in theory just because your hack is kind of shitty in how it treats anyone who can dodge. Like, giving the player a 24 defense unit that has 1-2 range is really nice. But getting it for free seems a bit, I'm of a mindset that if you are going to go the preferred weapons route with your units, you need to have there be some sort of investment cost. Like, supports are the way that I would do it, but like, fun conversations. Like the Iris's Tome. Iris's Tome is fucking busted. But fuck it, you know what? Nino's an Est, and you get it through an event. Have things like preferred weapons get through events. That being said, I don't think Wallace needs the Warden Lance at all. Like, 5 defense, that's Armad's level. Like, Warden Lance has the same utility. Warden Lance actually has more utility than Armad's because it's 1-2 range. I don't think Wallace needs a preferred weapon, if I'm being perfectly honest. If you fix the avoid in this, I think Wallace will be perfectly usable. Like, perfectly usable. Without Warden's Lance, you might even be able to tank his speed down a little bit. I like that you give him a Silver Blade. I like that. Yeah, honestly, no, this is good. I like that he's like a Sword Lance. Is good. Me likey. Maybe just get rid of the preferred weapon. This isn't something that I can even really see coming from an event. It is too strong. It has too much utility for being something that the player gets for free. And I realize I crutched on it hard in my playthrough, but in my playthrough, I acknowledge the fact that, holy shit, dude, this is like really bad design. So for example, you have like, and this is something I'm not a huge fan of. The way you balance units is weird. Sometimes you have units with like middling magic, but like good weaponry. So this guy would have like a Fenrir. But now you're like, I want them to have 28 magic, but I'm gonna give them flux. It's like, it's weirdly inconsistent, and I'm not a huge fan of it. I want there to be some consistency in like what the player can expect. It's kind of a problem I have with like Fate's Lunatic throwing random skills on classes that the skills wouldn't be otherwise. I cannot preempt or expect certain things, right? Yeah, honestly, just give him a spear. Give him a spear, give him the Silver Blade, and give him, like, a silver axe or something. Or fuck it, you can give the man a Brave Lance for all I care. You can give him, like, a Tomahawk, a Silver Lance, a Silver Blade, and a Brave Lance for all I care. Like, Wallace can give the player good weapons. That's fine. But yeah, this map does not work, especially with Fog of War, with how you've tweaked enemies and the philosophy you are going through. This map is salvageable. I think the actual, like, geography of this map is salvageable. Things that I would do is actually, instead of, like, just removing all of this, I would add some extra terrain here, and I would maybe remove, like, this area right here. Like, kind of the big ball of nothing between the castle, the upper right-hand village, and, like, where you're starting. Because there's not much of interest here. Also, when you have maps that are not, like, crazy big, movement disparity becomes less of an issue. And then, like, extra movement can be used for things like rescue utility, which I think is nice. So maybe consider like kind of crunching it. You can't just delete parts of the map, but maybe like crunch this general portion of it, because there's not a lot interesting here save for a couple enemies. Is this constructive criticism? For any developers of the hack, I know that some of them are watching now, and I know that a lot of them watch the VOD, so I went into this as essentially a beta tester. I want to try and give as much constructive criticism as I can. This is just way the fuck this is way the fuck too far away. Like, if you have to go out of your way and stall progress to get it, I think it's a little lame. That being said, that's about all I have for this one. Time for the other 4-fang defense. Okay, this chapter is really poorly designed. Like, this chapter is fucking abysmally designed. No, you have to remove this ballista. You have to remove this ballista, and you have to remove his bolting. This is terrible fucking design because you are so bottlenecked by the houses in, like, the goddamn town here. You are besieged by wyverns that continue to spawn. This is just... This isn't super great. This is not super great design, honestly. This is a map where ballistas don't work. The only ballista that I can see working is this one right here to stop the player from just like fly skipping all the way to Linus. This ballista needs to be gone. This bolting needs to be gone because that's like, dude, that's 32 damage that you're eating along with a ballista, along with probably wyvern riders in a game where you cannot dodge and no one's a mixed tank. It's a fucking lot. Also, if you're going to go ahead and get this house, you're just going to be besieged by wyverns, which doesn't super work. You can show off Geet's stats. I'm not going to show off his gross because I can't, like, recruit him. Drifter's Axe, effective against flyers. This is kind of what I like, though. I like weapons effective against... actually, now that I think about it, it's useful in that it's a one-range weapon effective against flyers. Like, it fucking destroys wyverns. But instead of making preferred weapons effective against armors all the time, maybe have them effective against flyers. But he can use bows. Yes, but it's a one range. So it gives Geet some enemy phase against wyverns. That's what the Drifter's Axe does. If you want to cut down on perf spam, which I think you might want to, give Geet the Dragon Axe and... because, like, it doesn't really do anything for him. Just give him a Dragon Axe, honestly. Having a unit that comes with fucking B bows is great. Like, bows are very good in this. I'm very happy with how bows are treated in this hack. Maybe just replace this with a Dragon Axe. Killer bow's fine. Geet's bases are a little much, but... I don't know, 24 it's fine. He's a warrior. Maybe bump it down to 23, but... I'm spitballing, don't take any of my statistical, like, analysis as gospel. Really, all that needs to go, this needs to go, this needs to go. And honestly, you need to spawn, like, this portion of the map needs to go a little bit. I would also maybe make like a you could maybe make like a sandbar or something that goes around the house at the edge of this map or something. Because if you go over here, you're just like, the unit that goes to visit this village will not do anything for the rest of the map save for soak wyverns. Which I guess is fine, but given this is a defeat Linus chapter, you could maybe retool the map to be a little like smaller horizontally, have a sandbar over here, and essentially give a player like 2 routes about it. Beyond that, I think it's fine. I like that I like that it gives you an opportunity to shop because you very much need it. Like, this guy can still have a steel bow. You can give him a fucking brave bow for all I care. You just cannot give this man, because of the houses blocking your like direct approach, you cannot put a ballista here. And you cannot put a bolt in here. the player just has no way of dealing with it. Like, I dealt with this by just face tanking it, which is not particularly great. Beyond that, I'm going to point out again, I very much like that you get the Basilicos or the Regal Blade, depending on which chapter you go to. That's a very nice change. Like, good job. Good job, that's sensible. No complaints here. Praise Beast. Okay. My critique for this chapter, it does not need to fucking exist. In a large-scale FE7 Redux, this chapter is just getting fucking Thanos snapped out of existence. But I'm gonna jerk off your map design a little bit. Simply putting this bridge here allows you to go about this completely different way. In vanilla, you had to use a flyer to like drop someone over here. Aura's fine-ish. Purge, I guess. Alright, so... the problem of putting Aura here is that not only are you tanking a... By the way, you might want to change this marksman to someone else since there's no longer a ballista here. Problem with Aura stacked of Purge is that, one, this is 40 fucking damage. And I cannot really get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's hard to player phase this guy to not deal with a crit. Because you're gonna eat Purge damage, and you also eat Silver Bow and other Aura damage. Ugh. This is a problem you run into when you make a lot of enemies more threatening, which is a good thing. Like, good thing, but... this right side here does need to be looked at a little bit in how you approach, just because you don't have mixed tanks. Like, most units will get 2-shot. But honestly, just, like, delete the map. That's my 2 cents. Delete the map. This is fine. I would honestly get rid of the steel bows here. I know it's going to sound a little dumb, but... get rid of the bolting. Get rid of the steel bow. Have there be, like, a bunch of threatening axe users here. Instead of just, like, there being a bolting... where there's a bunch of terrain that you can approach towards. Like, this bolting is just gonna hit you. You have to eat this. You do not have any tools at your disposal to deal with it. Saka has a massive fetish for ballista boltings, and it's kind of amateurish. Like, which is weird, because like, the attack does a lot of things right. Anyway, I like that you get charged here. I like that you can, like... I don't know. It does a lot of things right. I love that you get Carla here, but you're gonna have to do some legwork to, like... clue the player in that, hey, you should bring Bartra for this chapter. Which isn't really a criticism of this chapter, just something to keep in mind as you tweak dialogue. Okay, this chapter sucks. Like, just flat out, this chapter sucks. The only good thing about it is that you get another Heaven Seal. The problem of getting more silences is that you're gonna have to make sure that literally every mage that has bolting or like sleep has shit res. Because bolting in comparison to something like silence, you would need at least 20 magic to outrange bolting. This chapter sucks. Refer to my VOD as to why it sucks, but you just end up going down here and waiting. And there's not even like a secondary objective in getting the unholy icon, because you can't mind glitch. So there is literally no point to... you just take them and you run and you turtle down here, and that's the sign of a bad map. I cannot give you like easy fixes to this. I will say that you went overboard of Wyvern reinforcements here, especially given that you started getting besieged from the top. Cut down on reinforcement spam around here. I think it was like turn 7. And just redo the map. This isn't a good map. It's not a good map in FE7, and your changes only make the map more tedious, not more difficult. Next, Pale Flower Darkness. Okay, right off the fucking bat. See this? Good. Like, round of applause. Do this more often. This map was terrible in vanilla, and you changed the layout without ruining the identity. At a glance, I can still tell that this is meant to be Wildflower of Darkness. This is good. You do need to change enemy AI, though. When I played it, enemies just kind of got stuck in here. Like, this is great, because you have multiple ways to go about it. You can go through the main, like, the main hall, which is fine. Or you can go through the treasure room. We will look at the other map, yes. Only thing I might do is, I don't feel like there is a lot of benefit to this right here. Yeah. But yeah, and honestly, I like this. I believe you took away the purge, right? See, whoever designed this map, like, understood the flaws of it in vanilla. There was a purge bishop here that could, like, strike you from a distance while you were encumbered by snow. Great fucking job. Fantastic fucking job. Harkin spawns immediately, and if you go over here and recruit him, you can immediately put him to work. Meanwhile, Corel will spawn up here. You can go up here. I would just make Corel spawn faster. Like, my criticism here is that I forget what causes Corel to spawn. I would make him spawn a lot faster to incentivize the player to split their army. Like, forcing the player to split their army is a good idea, because you have a bunch of units, and it kind of stops deathballing. Beyond that, I think things worth noting. I like that this guy has a longbow, just because he's meant to kind of threaten you if you go through the front door. That's fine. This guy's a stealable speed wings, which is nice. And kind of comes with loose, which would be a problem, but you do give a player an iron rune. And you know what? I am fine with bosses having killer weapons if you keep that iron rune in. But things like aura on generics kind of make it a little spooky scary. That speed wing is droppable, yes. Okay, next. Second Wildflower of Darkness. So we didn't actually go to this map. Okay, right off the bat. Good change. Remember that thing I said about split deployment and forcing you to split your army? Good fucking change. You are forced to split your army, which means that you have to, like, you are essentially fighting a battle from two fronts at once. I don't think this map is good. I think there's, like, too much going on. But, like, at a glance, even if you have to tweak how this map is played... Harkin got buffed, yes. Where's Harkin? There he is. One thing I would consider doing, however, is... I'm not a huge fan of, like, doors that obscure things within it. It stops you from strategizing. I like that that was changed in the Kenneth chapter. In the Jerem chapter, unless you're putting, like, siege tomes in here and obscuring vision is meant to stop you from getting shit canned, I would say just give the player vision right off the bat. Because you're splitting your army, which means that you have to, like, deploy certain units in certain places. But I can't really strategize who is in what room. Oh, speaking of, what up, Kenneth? I would suggest going ahead and making all of these rooms visible from the get-go. If you want to keep, like, locked doors in it, that's fine. But don't have opening the doors change the actual map. Let the player see what's inside. Especially given that you're making enemies more threatening. That's about all I have it. You know what? Wait, where's Lynn? Drop a door key. Also, make Harkin drop the door key a little, just so you have the option to kill him. Because this map does have like a legitimate soft lock in vanilla if you run out of keys. I'm playing through this a little bit just so I can see what actually comes up, because I never played this in the original. I'm just going to quickly play through to see what's inside all of these rooms. Look, door keys and door... I don't think door keys are that great of a mechanic in Fire Emblem, honestly. I don't. Did I just get hit by fucking bolting? Wait, did you put a bolting mage on this fucking map? No, you didn't. You got hit by something else. Okay, we can open that door. I don't have a door key. We have a door key. Okay, let's see what's in this room. Okay, so I think the gimmick of this map is still you have to find Jerem, but that's not a particularly interesting gimmick. If anything, I would say rework this to be more labyrinthian. Oh, it is. Fuck, it is a route. Actually, wait. No. No. This is the same bullshit they pulled in Cog of Destiny, where it doesn't say defeat enemy remaining X amount. It's defeat enemy, which is probably like, just defeat boss. I will still forever be mad about this. I don't know. I feel like try and do something else interesting with this map, because the gimmick that FE7 Vanilla has here just doesn't really work. Also, giving them light brands just makes them fucking useless, so I'm not really sure where your brain was at there. Let's see. So if you're saying that the sleep staff was the entire reason that the... I should have an option to destroy the doors, yeah. I'm trying to think how you could rework this map and have it function from a story perspective. Because this doesn't work as a route chapter. I don't really think it works as a boss kill chapter. What the fuck? This guy's a little borked. You might want to fix him. Yeah, this isn't super interesting. I'm just opening the doors and killing everything inside of him. Like, it's not like it's awful design. It's just, it's not good. Like, I feel like the purpose of a Redux hack is to make stuff good, not just, like, not bad. Care. I'm just quickly going through this to make sure I can see everything. You're slept. I don't really like the status staff. They're tedious. They are not like, it's not difficult. It's just tedious. It slows down progress. There are cases where, oh wait, did you just fucking okay, one, if this is gonna be a route map where I have to like find and like slowly open each door, you don't get to put reinforcements on. Not allowed. Also, putting a reinforcement here that targets Merlinus is kind of icky. Having multiple objectives, I guess. So in the story right now, you're looking for the fire emblem, but you don't know that they fucking have it. You just get lucky and like, oh shit, we were just like kind of looking around tracking the Black Fang. I guess they just had the fire emblem. Great. Generic hero versus Harkin. 22, 20, 2012. 20, 30, 22, 1. So this guy's way more skilled, but he's comparable to the generic hero. I don't really want to have to think. Physic. Okay. Yeah, that's great. It's just... I like that you split deployment, but this is still kind of a lame chapter. Fine. Fucking Durandal. Don't make weather slow every class. Make weather affect combat, not movement. I'm already dead. Yeah, that's great. I'm literally just hacking shit into my inventory. I don't even care. I just want to show. Okay, so this... Huh. So Jerem's an assassin. He comes with a Rienfletch. Okay. So I understand that's how you get it. I just... I'm not a huge fan of... See, I understand needing to differentiate sword masters from assassins. Oh, whatever. I do wonder if lethality can proc at range. Okay, now let's see if... Oh, you know what? Huh. You can't have multiple S-rank weapons. Huh. I'll be perfectly honest, you do need to fix that if you're trying to, like, give Lynn the Moolah gear. There's no way to really assume that, like, she'd have it. Are you using a bow for weapon XP? Yeah, sure. Let's give her a bow. Because if that isn't correct, then you will have to... You're probably gonna have to change that then. See, I understand why they made assassins of bows, just... Holy shit. Yeah, nice 6 cons. A bad mechanic. See, assassins of bows, I guess, I don't know. If I were gonna do assassins, I would implement some sort of 1-2 range, like, dagger system that doesn't suck. Okay, so it is just defeat boss. So you will need to change the actual, like, information text box to say defeat boss. Okay, so you can have multiple S ranks. I guess that's good. Okay, then the debug menu can't do it. Good. Falcon Knights of Bows is where it's at. Croatia, you're welcome here until the end of time. Your taste is good. Okay, so... This chapter, I understand... How do I put it? I think you should have a pre-battle, like... You should have Sonia and or Ursula and her cronies be visible. Here for, like, the first turn. And after that first turn, have there be an event that's just like... Aha, so it's begun. Alright, then from darkness I'll strike. And then Fog of War envelops this area. Just so the player can have, like, an understanding that, hey, Ursula does not have bolting in this, and this is where she's at. Because if you're trying to get players to play this, they are going to be very, very, very tentative about where the fuck is Ursula. Because sometimes she's here, sometimes she moves, sometimes she doesn't. So... letting the player immediately go and look at her and say, like, okay, she comes with Excalibur, she's not going to bolting spam, I think would be a nice way to go about it, honestly. Okay, deploy. So, honestly, I really like this chapter. Like a lot. Like, a lot. I like this chapter so much. It's just kind of... vanilla, it's kind of tricky because Zephiel sucks dick. Now he doesn't. I'm not sure if he's too good. Honestly, we can just kind of end turn and see how long it takes for him to get shit canned. Okay. The point of this chapter is to hide the douse the lights at the beginning. I'm talking purely from like a being nice to the player perspective. This chapter is infamous For good reason in FE7. And players coming into this and for the hack will wonder, hey, Ursula normally has bolting here in a Fog of War chapter. This is scary. I like that you gave her Excalibur and you kind of made that like a side objective to get an S rank tone. That's very good, but you have to let the player know that that side objective exists. Okay, so we're gonna see how long Zephyr lasts if you do nothing. Yeah, you know, you could just move Jafar. You could either move Ursula right here, because I believe that's within Jafar's initial range. Personally, I would like it to be just like a map event or something. I don't know. Jafar lasted to like turn 5 or something. Okay. So you last till about turn 9. That's honestly really generous. That's... Let's say turn 7. Like, if Jafar gets unlucky, maybe you make it to turn 7. Now, I don't think the prep screen should let you see, but... maybe let you see Ursula here. Just, like, let there be a little patch of light right here. Okay. But I think this chapter is more or less fine, but with how things have been changed, this hallway connecting the left and right sides is completely useless. To where I would squish it a little bit. Like, I would squish this a little bit, because there's not really... Reinforcements don't threaten the right side, they only ever go left. But beyond that, fix the monk being able to kill Nino right off the bat. I think Nino's probably a little overtuned for how easy it is to train her, but I do think she needed some love. We're done. Oh, right. It changes between Hector and Elwood modes. Oops. Okay, Night of Farewells. This is just a bad chapter. I kind of like what you tried to do here in having it being like a proto-light, wherein like enemies are wielding the Rien Fletch, or like Fimbulvet or Fortify. Things I would change the entire fucking map. The problem is not the idea that you're trying to like put into practice here. The problem is the map that you're putting it into practice on. Like, these Ballista and Sonia's bolting, you deal with it by just sitting there and eating it. You all saw me play this map. I'm pretty sure the way I went about it was the optimal way of doing it, which is super lame. Redo the map, get rid of the goddamn, like, Ballista here. Just have it be set within the water temple. Like, you have a completely unique palette to do with to do with whatever you want. I think that's fine. Frog of Destiny. This map fucking sucks. You somehow made it worse. 1. First things first. Defeat boss. Don't lie to me. Second thing. Get rid of some of the status staves here. This map is threatening enough with, like, crazy mage knights. Getting rid of sleep and berserk, I think, is reasonable here. You can have silence. You can silence the ever-loving shit out of me. I don't care. But get rid of sleep and berserk. But honestly, if you want, like, actual feedback, I ranted about this super long when I played through it, so... not much to really go over. It takes forever. I don't like that Vida is a zone-based reinforcement. If you are moving forward with your army, Vida's going to come from the back, and you're going to need to backtrack to get her. Like, I keep people back there because I know what's coming, but it's not exactly good design. Verilus Roland, so the Durandal chapter... Space. This chapter sucks, but I don't think you actually changed it. This looks to be... Yeah, you haven't changed this. But you'd never see this in Hector's mode, so that's fine. This chapter is too large, and you are being shackled to FE6. If you're gonna have a chapter like this, 1, cut the poison, 2, put enemies in, like, actually thoughtful positions. 3, maybe make the chest worth a damn. And honestly, I wouldn't have a stealable speed wings here if this is meant to be, like, a training chapter. That's about it. Sands of time... My problem here is this room right here, combined with things like the fucking sleep druid, and all of these threatening tier ranges. Anyone deployed in this room is going to get spit roasted. It was fine deployment slots in vanilla because you could reasonably deal with the enemies or like tank them for a turn. You cannot do that here. Honestly, just add some deployment slots like here and here or something. I don't know, but like, either that or you get rid of some of these enemies and you get rid of this sleep. At a glance, that's all I have. I like the fact that you have a secret shop. I'm speeding through this because I really need to pee. Battle preps is fine. FE7 as a whole gives you way the fuck too much money. This isn't anything to do with battle preps, but that's just a problem. This chapter's terrible. You saw me play it. I'm not even going to dignify this over a response. You know how to You know how to deal with this. Also, get rid of the FE6 music. This is Companions time. Value of life. Move this before victory or death. Also, fuck it. Like, no one gives a shit about this chapter. If you have a map designer that just wants to go hog wild, do whatever the fuck you want. No one gives a shit about this chapter at all. This is dumb. This is dumb, so make your own dumb chapter. That's fine. And you saw me play light. So, there we go. There we go. There's like my quickie review of everything. By and large, just fixing a void will go a long way, tweaking some of the maps will go a long way, and cutting down on siege spam will go a long way. Why only Berserkers? That's just a Hector hard mode thing. And Ella, actually, can you get an Ella mode? Or no, it's Hector hard mode. In Hector normal mode, it's like an actual swath of like generals, assassins, heroes. I think in Hector hard mode, they're just like, fuck it. 20 Berserkers. But yeah, by and large, look, this is a hack with a lot of potential, and the fact that you have undertaken an FE7 Redux and put this much effort into it speaks volumes as to what you are trying to do. And like, I'm seriously pulling for you. I think that this can be something, but there are some large-scale changes that are standing in the way of you making a Redux hack. If you want to make a fun hack that's just like shits and giggles, do whatever you want with, that's fine. And you know what, you could argue that any hack is really just like up to the hack creator to do whatever they want with, but this is being marketed as a Redux hack, something that makes FE7 better to play. It fixes FE7's issues. This hack is at its best, Project Wildflower is at its best when its changes are surgical and tailored to issues that FE7 has, not just changes for haha fun times. That being said, despite the salt, despite my bemoaning things over and over, I did enjoy playing this, if only to have an opportunity to talk about FE7's balance a little bit, and to analyze what, frankly, a fairly talented group of hackers have tried to do to address it. Like, hacks like this make for good conversation, and I'm always down to play more GBA Fire Emblem. Like, Rakeka, the rest of your team, I wish you the best of luck. I'm down to I genuinely hope you don't take my words as being too harsh or spiteful, but this was given to me under the pretext of me sort of beta testing it. Take my words without the anger that they are inflected with, okay? Just take them for what they're worth. I think you've potentially got something good here, but there are certain parts of this hack that need to be taken back to the drawing board. I wish you the best of luck. You're welcome to message me for any follow-up questions. And for all of you here, if you would like to play this hack, if you're in Twitch chat right now, !Wildflower will get you a link to the Discord, which has I believe the patch is in one of the pinned channels. It's very easy to apply with something like Tsukuyomi. And you can try it out for yourself. See if you like it. Maybe I'm full of shit. Who knows? But that'll be it for me today. Thanks for coming out. Honestly, just thanks for joining me through more GBA Fire Emblem. It is nice to have an excuse to play it. And it is nice to be able to talk about GBA Fire Emblem, what I think it does right and what it does wrong. Anyway, I hope you have a groovy rest of your day, be it morning, afternoon, or evening. I'll see you soon on Sunday for more netplay shenanigans, probably Mario Party, maybe something else. Who knows? But you shall see me there. Take it easy, keep it groovy. Toodaloo, my dudes. See you around.